Shalom, all praises to the Most High. All praises to His apart name. Those who will come in and listen today in righteousness with a willing heart to try to hear from the Most High. Shalom. Well, today I'm going to go to part 2 of the video I began on yesterday. Once again, this is about knowledge, about truth. If you're offended, that's not my purpose. The Most High says that His word shall offend. It's truth offends. But try not to be offended, but use that information to allow you to go to the Creator. Run to the Creator. So I'm going to use several books. I was listening to Elder Ayil this morning, and he was talking about something he brought up before, but he brought it out, and then as he brought it out, I had a thought. And the reason I'm including it because it's all relevant to what I'm talking about anyway. Because everything that's going on right now, this began in the times of Adam and Eve. So without saying too much, I'm going to go ahead and just start reading certain information and then try to let it add up. And of course, I told you the books written by the true Gentiles, they tell us a lot of truth, but then they always include themselves in it to be the people. But so now that we have knowledge, we can override their lies because we have the truth. So you know, it's when they lie to you in their books, it pops out. It's obviously they lying now. So that's what I'm saying. So just listen to the books. I'm not going to change nothing. I'm going to read it as they gave it. But I'm saying lean to your own, lean to the Most High's understanding that He's given to you to be able to discern what is the lie and what is the truth. This is about bringing the truth and exposing the lie. So I'm going to go ahead and use this book first. Let's see where I want to start off. I'll start off on page 11. It says the Khazar government was destroyed by the Slavs of Russia in 1016 AD. Around 1200 AD, the land was invaded by the hordes of Genghis Khan. These two events caused large numbers of Khazars to migrate to Poland and Western Russia. You're talking about the Israelis now, forming the cradle of Western Jewry. There is abundance of the ancient place names in the Ukraine and Poland, which derived from Khazar, Kahid, and it says Jew. Really Israeli. As the Khazars left their homeland in Khazaria and migrated north and west, they lost their name and became known as Jews. So they weren't always known as Jews. They lost their name and became known as Jews. That's because they took over another people's identity. Their Yiddish language and alphabet. Well, how do you say that, brother? If I am your brother. The Third Testament tells us by Christ himself. Some of the things are revisited, but as we go, it fits in better. It tells the story a little better as we go day by day. So I'll go to the Third Testament, chapter 39, verse 20. Those who persecuted my prophets, who lacerated the heart of my envoys, those who turned their backs on the true God to bow before idols, who denied and mocked me, the man in my blood and my life, those, although by race called Israelis, were not the chosen people, were not of the people of the prophets, the legion of the enlightened, of the faithful soldiers, for Israel is a spiritual name that was taken incorrectly to designate a race, and that race was Israelis, who they call themselves Jews. That's just foundation. Page 11, who is Esau? There is an abundance of ancient places. There is an abundance of ancient place names in the Ukraine and Poland, which derive from Khazar or Khazid, Jew. As the Khazars left their homeland in Khazaria and migrated north and west, they lost their name and became known as Jews. Their Yiddish language and alphabet is not that of the Israelites, Phoenician Greek style. The Yiddish language and alphabet is not that of the Israelites, Phoenician Greek style, but an amalgamation of Aramaic and medieval German, Slavic, and Russian dialects. The best historical evidence, therefore, shows that the Jews are not descended directly from the Israelites of the Bible. Same thing just said in the Third Testament, but derive much of their ancestry from Khazars. That's the house of Japhet. Let's see if that be true. Genesis 1 through 5. These are what they call the quote-unquote white people. The true Gentiles. But also now they mixed, and that's why we're going to show you that here too. They mix with black people. Now, these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And unto them were sons born after the flood. We're only going to talk about the house of Japheth right now, since this is the subject. The son of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tyrus. The sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, that's what we're talking about right now, and Rephah, and Togarmah, and the sons of Javan, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, that's the Romans. See, this is all this family right here. And Dodanim. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands. See, they were the Gentiles, but then they took on our identity and they call us Goam, the Golem, the Gentiles. That's what this is all about. That's why there's a such thing called the lost tribes house of Israel. That was their plan since the time of Adam. By these were the isles of the Gentiles divided in their lands, every one after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. So we're not the same family in the earth. Matter of fact, this last war, we're gonna find out that's what I'm talking about. Ayil was talking about this war, and he was trying to tell you that it was all just a bunch of shenanigans. Talking about this people versus their people. Nah, it's just really one people, one nation, one family that's gonna try to fight Christ because he's coming back to defend our honor, his namesake. I'm gonna prove it to you. Just be patient. And as Khazars left their homeland of Khazaria and migrated north and west, we go back in the who is Esau Edom. People sleeping on this book, man. I'm telling you, this book right here should have been about $5,000. But people don't buy it because it's still cheap. So they threw a little mental gymnastics on you. Oh, that ain't nothing right there. That book ain't nothing. I'm gonna go get the books. It costs $10,000. Well, telling you, once you know the truth, this book is valuable right here. As the Khazars left their homeland in Khazaria and migrated north and west, they lost their name and became known as Jews. Their Yiddish language and alphabet is not that of the Israelites, Phoenician Greek style, but an amalgamation of Aramaic, medieval German, Slavic, and Russian dialects. So now we done mentioned what's going on right now in our time. We mentioned the main characters: Russia, Poland. Let's see what else we mentioned. Ukraine. Man, that would seem like that would get your attention. As the Khazars left their homeland in Khazaria and migrated north and west, okay, let me go down to the best historical evidence, therefore, shows that the Jews are not descended directly from the Israelites, meaning the Israelis are not descended directly from the Israelites. Man, for many years now, I've been directing you to Etymology Online Dictionary, and it tells you, matter of fact, it encourages you to find out what's the difference through their definitions. Etymology Online Dictionary. Difference between Israeli and Israelite. The best historical evidence, therefore, shows that the Jews are not descended directly from the Israelites of the Bible, but derive much of their ancestry from the Khazars. So now we just got finished telling you that's Japhet's family. That's what the Bible says. Nobody else can. This is just supporting what the Bible says, and that's the family of Japhet mixed with Ham. We're gonna see that too. And in some cases, some Israelites and other people of Turkish Asiatic blood. The Khazars are also of Edomite stock, and both stocks make up the present day Jews. See what they just told you? The Israelis and the quote unquote European make up what they call Edomite. And both stocks make up the present day Jews, or the present day Israelis, as the historian H.G. Wells states. The Idumeans, what do they say? For Edom, Idumea is the world. Ain't that who they say ran the world at one time? I say at one time, past tense, although they have a element of trying to hold on, but the Most High, and by their acknowledgments, has already told you that their rule is over. That's what the war is about. because the ones that they call the reptilians, those ones who don't want to let go because they don't have nothing to go look forward to, because they don't have no spiritual life coming. So they're going to fight for this existence. And that's what the war is about. The present-day Jews, as the historian H.G. Wells states, the Idumeans, Edomites, were made Jews. A Turkish people, Khazars, were mainly Jews in South Russia. The main part of Jewry never was in Judea. And it never come out of Judea. The bottom it says, so far what I've read, it says see Kostler, op site, page 72, a bid, page 145, and H.G. Wells, The Outline of History, 3rd edition, Macmillan, 1921, page 494. According to the Jewish Encyclopedia, the original stock of the Khazars came from the land of Edom. See, even the white man's book is telling you that the Most High don't like these people. What book I'm talking about? Well, the Book of Mormon, the Seal Portion, Books of Remembrance, all those books, Seal Book of Moses, all those books. They're not the white man's book. They're the righteous man's book, but they're not the European book. They just took them and changed your mind about them through false religion to try to make you see them as the people. Hasidah ibn Shaprat, who was foreign minister to Abd al-Rahman, Sultan of Cordova, in his letter to King Joseph of the Khazars, about 960, speaks of the tradition according to which the Khazars once dwelt near the Seir Mountains. It says, see Jewish Encyclopedia, volume 4, 1905, page 3. The Seir Mountains are none other than the original land of Esau Edom. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. Genesis 36:8. Seir was a mountain range south of the Dead Sea and was also known as the land of Edom. I ain't gonna do that. It's gonna take me too long. I've done it before. I was gonna take you to the seal book of Melchizedek. Not the seal book, but the book of remembrance of Melchizedek, where it talks about the Most High's enemies were the Kittim, which are the Romans, and the deceiver Japhet. And we just found out them the same people. They became one people. Matter of fact, the book of Jasher tells us that. One just looked like the European, and then one has a different look than the European, but they're all the same. Called the Jew. And that's who the war is really between them. They want to separate and become dominant. But they got to fight together for their natural survival to fight Christ. This page 12 of who is Esau Edom. The Seir Mountains are none other than the original land of Esau Edom. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom, Genesis 36:8. Seir was a mountain range south of the Dead Sea and was also known as the land of Edom, Genesis 36:21. The Seir Mountains were the home of the Edomites for nearly a millennium. It says, look at the bottom, it says the Edomites arrived in Edom or Seir at the end of the 14th and the beginning of the 13th century BC. Encyclopedia Judica, volume 6, page 372. Thus, it should be no surprise that the migrants from that land would recall the name of their original homeland. If the Khazars did originally dwell near the Seir Mountains, then the Khazars and thus world Jewry are racially of Edomite stock. But how and when did Edomites get to Khazaria? There is evidence that in the 6th century BC, some of the Edomites fled their homeland of Seir and migrated north. After the fall of Jerusalem in 586 BC, the Edomites began to press northward. Ezekiel 36 and 5. At the bottom it says the New Westminster Dictionary of the Bible, Bible edition by Henry S. Gieman. The Westminster Press, Philadelphia, 1970, page 418. The extent and ultimate destination of this northward trek is not found in history, but it is likely that it brought some Edomites to the region of Khazaria. The Edomites were also cast out of Palestine and dispersed in different directions in 70 AD when the Romans sacked Jerusalem. Many thousands of these people are known to have migrated northward to Asia Minor and around the Black Sea region. It says Edwald, History of Israel. J.E. Carpenter, translation, 1874, volume 5, page 239. When dealing with a people of a mixed racial heritage, it becomes a real quandary to ascertain their origin. The Jews of today are such a people. In fact, the Jews, talking about the Israelis, we just read about them. The Israelis themselves assert they are mongrels because of the original mixed ancestry of the Israelis. It says the Jews, but we're talking about the Israelis. And their subsequent history of intermixture with every people among whom they have lived continue to live. So they even came in among the times of Christ among the Jews, and they even took high positions like they do today, like King Agrippa and all these people. Verse 15, Ashley Montagu, Man's Most Dangerous Myth, 1974, page 375. It says the anthropologist, Professor Carlton Kuhn, has also demonstrated the admixture of the different Jewish types with other races. He explains that while the Jews cannot be classified as a race per se, they are an ethnic group. The Jews from an ethnic group, they're like all ethnic groups, they have their own racial element distributed in their own proportions. Like all or most ethnic groups, they have their look, a part of their cultural heritage that both preserves and expresses their cultural solidarity. They have developed a special racial subtype and a special pattern of facial and bodily expressions. The bottom says, see Carlton S. Kuhn, The Races of Europe. The Macmillan Company, New York, 1939, page 442. Page 13, who is Esau? Continue. When we talk of the racial mixtures that brought about the Jews of today, we must highlight the events surrounding the Babylonian captivity of Judah. The remainder of the Judah nation, which included some of the tribes of Benjamin, Levi, and Simeon, was taken captive by Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. But at the same time, Edom was also put under Babylon's rule, causing some of the Edomites to be brought to Babylon. Jeremiah 27, 2-7. When Persia overthrew Babylon, King Cyrus issued a decree, 538 BC, allowing the Judahites to return to their land and rebuild the temple, Ezra 1:1-5. However, only about 50,000 returned to Palestine, Ezra 2:64-65. Some of them had apparently departed to their kinsmen. See, now they give you a definition of what a kinsman is, your people, in Europe. However, many of the Judahites and Benjamites prefer to remain in Babylonia, becoming a part of the indigenous population, the indigenous people, the original people. Those remaining had intermarried with the Babylonians and Edomites that were in the land, just like they do today in America. A lot of indigenous people intermarry with Edom and Europeans. The modern day Europe. Well, both of these are the modern day people who took over our identities. So those remaining had intermarried with the Babylonians and Edomites that were in the land and adopted their religion and law. Same thing happening today. The Babylonian Talmud, which became the foundation for Judaism. These then became the Babylonian Jews. Then many of the people of the land became Jews. Esther 8:17. Although they are called Jews, a term which is derived from the word Judah, these people are not true Judahites. It became a mixed or hybrid people, consisting of Edomites, Hittites, Canaanites, Judahites. How did they become part of the Judahites? Because they went on and married them. Babylonians, Ishmaelites, Huns, Khazars, etc. When they migrated to other lands throughout the centuries, they retained their Jew or Judahite identity, but brought with them the religion of Babylon. And it says the ancient Hittites, the modern Jew, and the Canaanite head. The Jews bear the features of the races Esau intermixed with. Because of the Jews' mixed ancestry, history is sketchy to their origins from Japheth, Esau, or other people in the Bible. What the Bible just told you, that's who they are. Genesis 10:1-5. However, identification of these persons or tribes can also be ascertained by the characteristics, prophecies, etc. Well, can you now see why they always don't want you to preach about the prophecies concerning them? And whether or not our prophets, they still have, our prophets even have a little bit of their religion in them. Because they try to tell you that God loves everybody and he don't hate nobody. And as my position, now I'm saying I'm not trying to say I'm above nobody, but the authority I've been given in my position is to tell the truth. So anybody's not telling the truth, the word of God said I have the right to I'm not gonna say discipline them, but I have the right to contradict them. I'll put it that way. What they're saying based on truth. So it's not me coming against nobody, but whoever is not telling the truth, then I have the right to come against what they're saying. That's not the truth. That's what I'm trying to say. If he loved everybody, and he even loved these people, why is he coming back to stand up for his people against them? And why are they willing to go to war with him and his people? Knowing he's the Almighty. Because that's the only choice they got. except for those called by his name. That's because they have some of our people in them. But he's gonna still make them be servants and handmaids for what they have done to us. However, identification of these persons or tribes can also be ascertained. Yes, the term it was just slipped my mind. See, we've been so conditioned that even the Most High calls him a fool. He said, "You fool." He said, "When you talking about a Bible, we've got a Bible. We don't need anymore." Well, once you get more information and through the Spirit, now you realize when he say all Scripture, it don't mean just the Bible. He said all Scripture is given by inspiration of God, and it's profitable for doctrine. Even the truth in the Quran, they come from God. Problem is, through religion, these people have corrupted religion, true religion, and giving you dogma, their truth, and mix it in with the truth of God's scriptures. That's why it's got to be line upon line, precept on precept to get back to the truth of God. All scripture is given by inspiration of God, and it's profitable for doctrine, for reproof, for correction, for instruction in righteousness. See, they let me know I'm doing what's right, that the man of God may be perfect, thoroughly furnished unto all good works. Since it said, however, identification of these persons or tribes, so they're tribes too, can also be ascertained by the characteristics, prophecies, etc., revealed about him. See, that's why I said, prophesy, O son of man, against Mount Seir. So that's what I'm saying. He got different prophecies for Israel. He said he's gonna spank them, but he ain't gonna totally destroy them though. But he promises to totally destroy these people, except the remnant of them is called by his name. That should be maidens and handmaidens. See, if he didn't have a remnant of them called to be maidens and handmaidens, then his justice could not be done. He's the God of justice. He said, for if you have done unto me, you've done it unto them. He was also subjugated. Like she said, I am my people. Same thing happened to me, happened to my people. Hung on trees and all those type of things. So you got to be a remnant left. He said, if they will not serve you, then I will destroy them. This left. Read that to you the other day. Since Esau Edom is one of the more predominant figures in the Bible, we will endeavor to ascertain his identification and in place in historical and current events by these means. So, I mean, I got to come back here. Wasn't planning on going there, but I'm just got to do it. Page 142, Zondervan's Compact Bible Dictionary. Edom, Edomites. Bottom of the page says, Edom figures predominantly in the prophetic scriptures as the scene of great future judgments. That's why they get our teachers in Israel to make you feel bad or feel like you going against the will of God by talking about the judgments of this people. No, this is just the judgments in the Bible. You got to talk about it. It ain't like you got, many of us don't have no personal hatred towards them. How can you tell? Because they do whatever they want to do to them. We still love them. That's just our nature. Now, we might be angry because how we treat it. But for the most part, we love them, because if the roles were reversed, believe me, the end of the world would have been came. Because they would have sat around and let you treat them like that. Because our natures are different. It would have been on and cracking. It would have been on. Edom figures predominantly in the prophetic scriptures as the scene of great future judgments. See notably Isaiah 34:5, Isaiah 34:6, Isaiah 63:1. And the Book of Mormon tells us the book of Isaiah shall be of great worth unto the Gentiles. So is it a great worth unto the owls of the Gentiles, meaning the quote unquote white folks? Nah, it's a great worth to tell you that don't talk about it. But it's a great worth unto those Gentiles who are really not Gentiles. They just ignorant and they strangers to God because they either don't know or don't show what's really going on in the hood. Because they teachers and pastors and bishops and they won't tell them. She is the only neighbor of the Israelites who was not given any promise of mercy from God. Then we'll get to the part about who the UN is. Talked to you about this before, but like I said, I was watching Elder Ayil's video. He was breaking some stuff down to you. But all these characters that playing all these games in the world is pretending like they're against each other. Ukraine, Russia, them the same people. The European Americans, we just found out them the same people. Family members of Japhet, pretending to be against each other, who's really against the God of Israel and his people. Let's read this before I finish. It said, Edom's one world government. Jacob as inheritor of the birthright. See, they're acknowledging it. They just tried to switch it up and say it was really the white people, though. Well, they still lying because Jacob is the white people, the righteous people. But in skin color, see, then you brought it back to skin again. That's why they say they're the white people. But we just found out that Edom is a mixture between the Israeli and the European white man, quote unquote. See all the people right there? And it's also mixed with other people. But that's why they all confederate against Israel. They all the same people. So if you ain't preaching this truth and you ain't believing in this truth right here, and you ain't came out of her thinking, then you are probably Esau Edom. And then the rest who's not Esau Edom, he said, you clinging to it. You thinking like her. So you won't suffer the same plagues. Jacob as inheritor of the birthright had the right to have dominion in the earth. See what they just said? That's why they acknowledge that you got the dominion. It's being given back to you. Jacob. They just tried to make it seem like it was them, though. But now the truth is out, so they have to tell you who you are by necessity. And was promised that his descendants would spread throughout the earth. Genesis 28:14. See all those acknowledgments they giving you? But now that you know the truth, you know they talking about you and not them. But when they first wrote it, when you didn't have this knowledge, you thought they was talking about them, and they didn't ever think you were going to get the knowledge to know you was talking about you. But it's still in the book. I was reading the sealed portion. It said, once Satan gives you knowledge, even in wickedness, once you learn the truth, use it for righteousness, because it ain't like you can take it back now. This information they're giving us, it ain't like they can unwrite it and take it back. You just know the truth now. That's why they're going to war, because the truth is out. It's all out the back, the truth out now. We just got to go on and fight the man himself now. Jacob, as inheritor of the birthright, had the right to have dominion in the earth, and was promised that his descendants would spread throughout the earth. See what they just told you? Even though they probably was trying to talk about, they was talking about themselves. But they still told the truth. What's the Most High say? Once the truth come out, the truth shall make you free. They give you a whole bunch of acknowledgments. But now that you know it's talking about you, you free. And then those who don't want to let you free, just like Pharaoh, they're going to experience the Pharaoh experience. That's what the war is going to be about. Jacob, as inheritor of the birthright, had the right to have dominion in the earth. It was promised that his descendants would spread throughout the earth. Genesis 28:14, becoming a multitude of nations. See, those are the nations. Multitude, the 12 tribes. Genesis 48:4 and Genesis 48:19. Edom's plan to overcome this is by creating a world government under its control. Once all nations become democracies, socialist states, or communist regimes, it is an easy step to get them to come under a one world control. I'm going to explain to you who the United Nations is. To attain this world government, some means must be procured through which it can be administered and enforced. So you got some Israelites either ignorantly or who are working for them, who wants to try to tell people, let's try to get under the United Nations. The Most High didn't want that. And they knew they couldn't make you do that. So what they did to get you there, they called you what they wanted to call you and made you and encouraged you. First of all, forced you, and then they encouraged you to remain or too fearful to say who you really are and claim to be who they are. Now that puts you under their jurisdiction. The vehicle of the United Nations, it is the chief instrument in world government. The United Nations, like the League of Nations, was a Jewish Israeli plan. It says Jewish, but Israeli plan in concept. It's promoted and supported by Israelis, Jews. And it serves Jewish, Israelis, and Zionist goals. It's their organization. A couple of years after the establishment of the United Nations, the Jew, Israeli, David Ben Gurion stated, our Israeli or Jewish policy must be the unity of the human race. The world is divided into two blocks. We consider that the United Nations ideal is a Israeli ideal, Jewish ideal. It says at the bottom, Times Magazine, August 16, 1948, page 25. When a nation becomes a member of the United Nations, it surrenders its sovereignty and independent status. it now becomes a subject to international law of Edom. It is not free to decide its own destiny. This was made evident through the events of the Iraqi War, Desert Storm. The United States, which is a corporation, did not act according to the Congressional Act or pursuant to the Constitution, but to a UN resolution. Well, they said America, but it's America is the actual place is God's place. It's just the Israelites' place. That's what we're talking about when we get into the 10 lost tribes, or the American Indians are the 10 lost tribes. This is our America. But he said earlier, it showed you it was talking about the United States corporation is not a sovereign nation. And that's owned by the Europeans and the Jews. It is subject to the dictates of the Edomite-controlled United Nations. The world's program, that is, follows a Jewish program. Jewry, political outlook is world rule in the material sense. Jewry is an international nation. It is this and nothing else which gives significance to its financial, educational, propagandist, revolutionary, and immigration programs. It says, see International Jew, Dearborn Publishing Company, Volume 3, 1921, page 178. We have a lot of brethren that are still talking about Jacob's trouble is coming. We've been in Jacob's trouble since they came in 1492. That's what slavery was about. And then some people say, well, you got to stop saying slavery because that was more of a working condition. It was also a genocidal condition too, because they murdered Jacob, I'm saying as a whole, his people, in the Americas. They took their stuff. I just happened to turn to the back. I'm going to read this to you. It's the back of the page, back of the book. It says, in ancient time, a land of the Bible over 3,700 years ago, Rebekah, the wife of the patriarch Isaac, was informed by God that she would give birth to twins whose fate would be as diverse as their character. The birth of these twins, Esau and Jacob. That's why I'll tell you all the time, you can't talk about Jacob without talking about Esau. This is the Bible. The birth of these twins, Esau and Jacob, and their ensuing destinies would have the most profound impact on future events in the world. This analysis of the history and prophecy of Esau and his descendants will unveil many of the problems of this world in this world. See? Anybody that's preaching to cover up Esau's part of this prophecy, that means they're not really working for us. They got an agenda. He just told you in his own words right here in this book. This analysis of the history and prophecy of Esau and his descendants will unveil many of the problems in this world. So if you don't talk about Esau, you covering up stuff. I mean, you got an agenda, whether you quote unquote black or white. And will bring a new perspective on wars and conflicts, media bias, Zionism, political conspiracies, anti-Semitism. Matter of fact, they talked about that too. Economic problems and Jewish issue. This material will also explain why one group of people have made concerted efforts for the establishment of monopolies, hate laws. Well, they even tell you who really is behind hate. One group of people. World government. Communism. Abortions, interracial marriages, Why did he mention that? Interracial marriage. Interracial marriages, they talked about in this book too. That's a vice or a weapon that they use against the indigenous people. Usury and anti-Christian policies. Well, we know that Christians, according to the sealed portion, that ain't what we was called. That's why all the prophets always talking about, even I am an Israelite of the tribe of. They ain't never said they was a Christian. The ancient and pronounced struggle that prevailed between Esau and Jacob still exists today, and it's causing the world to be turned upside down. The question of who is Esau Edom undoubtedly involves the most stupendous drama ever enacted in the annals of men. That drama is presented here to help us better understand God's plan for man here on the earth. They told a lot of truth right there. But because they're Esau Edom, they had to lie to you still. But now the truth has made us free. We know who we are, we know who they are. So when they said that the quote unquote white man is Jacob, and the quote unquote Esau is these Israelis, that was all a big old smokescreen. Because they all Esau Edom. The Israelite is Jacob. So they had a section here called the time of Jacob's trouble. I'll read that to you too. So brothers always talking about Jacob's trouble. Let me see what they say. Oh yeah, let me read this back to you too. This is page 87. See, they don't. Let me continue to read. Page 86. At the forefront of this one world plan is the war against nationalism. So that's why they don't want us to become that's what nation mean, people. They tried to throw us in a bundle of people in the United States corporation and say that, but the only problem is the quote unquote white man is he's called an American. That's a lie. The Negro is called a quote unquote Negro. It ain't his name either. It's called a African American. The Mexican is called a Mexican American. That's a lie too. Then the white man comes back again to get a double portion. He said he's a Native American who he bought his way in for $5. When his own dictionary and someone they respect highly, Webster tells you that the first Americans were called Aboriginals, copper-colored people. So that takes some audacity right there. They tell you the truth in their dictionaries and encyclopedias and all these things, and then they still lie to you. It's at the forefront of this one world plan is the war against nationalism, which is the greatest threat and obstacle for the Jew to confront in their ultimate plan. That's because once you allow people to be themselves, people gonna realize you ain't who you said they are, or who you say you are, and the quote unquote Negro who despised throughout the world is the Son of God. Thus, propaganda against national independence and sovereignty is always promoted by Jews, Israelis. No other group of people would be motivated against nationalism since each has always had its own nation. However, the Jew is a citizen of the world. They're trying to get everybody to become a world citizen. One world dominion has long been a plan of the Jews, the Israelis. This is prevalent in their Zionist movement, which is part of the Jewish ideal of ruling the world. This plan was made explicit by the Jew and the CFR member James P. Warburg in testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee on February 17, 1950, stating, "We shall have world government whether or not you like it. The only question is whether world government will be achieved by conquest or consent." That's what the war is about. See, because they're trying to make us go back to 1492 again. But Christ ain't going to stand for our Redeemer. That's why he's coming back to plead with him. We're going to read about that. The Jew, Barak Levi, back in the mid-1800s, had clearly expressed the ultimate goals of the Jew. It says the International Jew, Dearborn Publishing Company, Volume 3, 1921, page 178. The Jewish people, the Israeli people as a whole, will be its own Messiah. That you know right there, they don't believe in them. They know of our Messiah. They believe in him, but they don't want to accept him because they know who he is. So they still define. They say we're gonna be our own Messiah. The Jewish people as a whole will be its own Messiah. So how can he already told you the Jewish people are intermingled with other people, but you know them as really two nations, as one nation, Esau, because Jacob is his own nation. So two nations shall come out of it. So if these people say they're going to be their own Messiah, they don't believe in Christ, they do everything opposite of him, how can Christ love them? Christ said he abhors and he loves those who abhor evil and wickedness. The sealed portion tells you the two worst things was slavery and murder. First thing, the slavery being the worst thing next to murder. Those are two things that they do to us. So how can Christ love them? That's why he said, Jacob, there's only two people, right? He said, Jacob I've loved and Esau I've hated. Because they also did it to him. See, that's you still practicing their religion when you talking about, oh, God loves everybody. And, you know, you preaching the false doctrine. Well, the man just told you in his own words in this book, on the back of it, this is their religion. The material will also explain why one group of people have made concerted efforts for the establishment of monopolies. This is all they did, this stuff. Monopolies, hate laws, world government, communism, abortions, interracial marriages. This is all come from them. User and anti-Israelite policies. This is anti-Christian. But Christianity came from them. The ancient and pronounced struggle that prevailed between Esau and Jacob still exists today and is causing the world to be turned upside down. Oh, man. Then you get these Andy and Andy, what's his name? What's the dude name? I forgot the dude name. Something in Andy, Negroes. Oh man, things are much better now. This matches with the Most High in the Word. So that you have a perpetual hatred for Jacob. This is not a hate message. This is the truth message. And you can see it for yourself if you stop being so kissing of the asp. I don't care if you stop watching. This is the truth. Stop kissing of the asp. Because he's going to hate you whether you kiss it of the asp or not. He said the Jewish people as a whole will be its own Messiah. It will attain world dominion by the dissolution of other races, by the abolition of frontiers, and the annihilation of monarchy, and by the establishment of a world republic, in which the Jews will everywhere exercise the privilege of citizenship. Why is that? Because he just told you everywhere they went where their wickedness they got kicked out. So they create their own world where they're part of citizenship, they're going to kick everybody else out. But that's why Christ said he ain't standing for it. He coming back to give them the Pharaoh experience. In this new world order, the Jews will furnish all the leaders without encountering opposition. The governments of the different peoples forming the world republic will fall without difficulty into the hands of the Jews. It will then be possible for the Jewish rulers to abolish private property and everywhere to make use of the resources of the state. Small s-T-A-T-E. Thus will the purpose of the Talmud be fulfilled, in which it is said that when the Messianic time has come, the Jews will have all of the property of the whole world in their hands. It says, see Baruch Levy from a letter of Karl Marx, La Revue de Paris, page 574, June 1st, 1928. The Jews don't await a Messiah or believe any ever existed. Rather, they are their own Messiah, and that Messiah they believe will one day rule the world. It says the time of Jacob's trouble. Jacob's loss of dominion and Esau gaining the dominion over him marks the start of the period prophesied in the Bible as the time of Jacob's trouble. Read that again for you. Jacob's loss of dominion. When did he have dominion? In the Americas. We're just going to talk about the Americas right now, since that's our subject. The American Indians. Was not we in dominion before they got here? Our problem was we began fighting each other, like today. But it's telling you when the time of Esau's trouble by their own words. I mean, Jacob's trouble by their own words when they began. Jacob's loss of dominion and Esau's gaining the dominion, it actually happened in the Garden of Eden, but I'm talking about during our time. Because that was Esau. The spirit of Esau was out lurking, watching all the time, trying to catch Eve by herself so he can implement his plan. The time of Jacob's trouble, Jacob's loss of dominion and Esau gaining the dominion over him marks the start of that period prophesied in the Bible as the time of Jacob's trouble. Jeremiah 30:7. So that began in the Americas in 1492 when they came. Esau's dominion can only exist at the expense of Israel's religion and status. That's why he took away your true religion of Shabbat and gave you Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and every other religion, and mixed in his doctrine that he is God. This dramatic scene, because he told you he's your Messiah. This dramatic scene has brought about a system like the Mystery Babylon. Let's talk about the Mystery Babylon. I didn't know I was going to get there so soon, but I was going to wait to the sealed portion, but since he brought it up. Mystery. Now, this is Etymology Online Dictionary. Early 14th century, mystery in a theological sense. Religious truth via divine revelation. Hidden spiritual significance. Mythical truth. From Anglo-French. Mystery, Old French, mystery, or secret, mystery, hidden meaning. Modern French mystere, and directly from Latin mysterium. Secret rite, secret worship. A sacrament, a secret thing. See, they say they God. They the Messiah. They their own Messiah. This is from Greek mysterium, usually. Matter of fact, they proved it to be an idol god. They got, and through their counterpart, making their preachers who are of all nations, particularly the European, even some of the Israelite preachers who follow them, cling to them, they got you worshiping them as God, because they say, though they tell you those who bless Israel shall be blessed, and those who curse Israel shall be cursed. They talking about them. They tell you that. And that's why you send everything you got to them. You worshiping them as God, the man of sin, the son of perdition. This is a mystery. Another thing they tell you is that is part of the mystery Babylon is that you come from Africa. See, a portion in the books I'm reading today is proving to you that you didn't come from Africa, quote unquote, Negro. That's why they don't send you back to Africa. They ain't like they love you so much. They can't send you to Africa. You got to go there willingly. That's why they give you things like called by the Romans, the Moors, African American. All these terms. But instead of studying, and I'm not going to be hard on you because I used to be in your state or your condition. So I can't be so hard on you. But what I'm trying to say is, instead of fighting against those who are trying to teach you, won't you take time to study? Take your anger and study to see if those things be true. And just don't follow what somebody say because they became a personality. So I said, that's what I mean by I don't follow man. I don't follow personalities. I follow the truth. I follow God, the true God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This is from Greek mysterion, usually in plural mysteria. Secret rite or doctrine. See, that's what they got y'all wrapped up in. Secret societies. Dark sayings. Known and practiced by certain initiated persons only. Consisting of purifications, sacrificial offerings, processions, songs, etc. That's what you do in church. From Misties, one who has been initiated. From Mayan to close shut, see mute. Perhaps referring to the lips in secrecy. Most High say, shouted from the housetops. He said, what you hear in the room, shout from the housetops. He even told us, he speaks to his disciples, plain things in secrecy, but not to keep it from his disciples, his people. He said, what you've heard in the room, shout from the housetops. Perhaps referring to the lips in secrecy or to the eyes. Only initiates were allowed to see the sacred rites. And then we found out before that the tribe of Ephraim was really the heir to the real secrets. But since the house of Ephraim didn't know who they was, they took that right too. That's why by necessity had to give everything back to you, to let you know. It's yours, actually. If you want it, it's yours. The elect have achieved it and have received it. But the rest were blinded. And as Paul said, your back shall always be bent back. Your back shall always be bent down, always. You will always be bent over, working for the man, as they say, in your mind. Even if it's in your mind, you will always be bent over. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, master. Because you in captivity. Your religion did that to you. The Greek word used in the Septuagint for secret counsel of God, translated in Vulgate as sacratum, non-theological use in the English, a hidden or secret thing, a fact, matter, etc., of which the meaning, explanation, or cause is unknown. Anytime they start talking about unknown, that means they still trying to hide something. They really telling us you. The reason they know is because a bug can't even crawl, and they know the interworkings of his anus. So how is it they're gonna talk about they don't know? It's from late 14th century in reference to the ancient rites of Greece, Egypt, etc. This is attested from 1640s, meaning detective story. It's recorded by 1908. See? I told you before, I created my new business based on the experience I had from my old business, but now in truth, helping. See, the Most High already established my business. It's up and running right now. He just told you, detective. And my work is to do good for Israel. I'm a true peace officer. And my business is doing this for the good of Israel in good faith. I might not be getting no skrilla, as they say, from it, but I'm providing my services to you for free. That came from the Spirit, so that must be true. The time of Jacob's trouble, page 87, the dominion of Esau. Jacob's loss of dominion and Esau gaining dominion over him marks the start of that period prophesied in the Bible as the time of Jacob's trouble, Jeremiah 30:7. Esau's dominion can only exist in the expense of Israel's religion and status. This dramatic scene has brought about a system like the Mystery Babylon, described in Revelations 17:5. Mystery Babylon, because it's also the place like his our Savior's crucifixion. Sodom and Egypt. For the first Babylonian system was the actual Roman Empire. And the second, like unto it. Mystery. The mystery is this is all about America, baby. Unlike captives and afflictions of the past, this captivity is not physical or obvious, but a mystery due to the covert modes of control. It is what some have called the invisible government. That's why in the books of remembrance, it told you when it spoke of the Persians, it talks about the shadow government. And that's what we're working in the shadow. This is who the shadow is. The shadow government. It's them. Unlike the captivities and afflictions of the past, this captivity is not physical or obvious, but a mystery due to the covert modes of control. This is what some have called the invisible government. It would actually take several volumes to fully discuss the Jewish domination in the areas discussed. Many other areas could also be discussed in which Jewish influence and dominion exists over the white Christian nation. That's who really they have dominion over. He says Satan shall have dominion over his own dominion. That's why I told you to come out of it. Unless you suffer it too. Now, do it make more sense to you? The war is with them. That's why I said, because of us, it'd be wars and rumors of wars. They fighting each other now. That's why allegedly some of them are no more. That's in the top. They call the 1%. Because they taking each other out and they secret wars. It's an example: religion, media, culture, laws, education. That's all in. The manner in which Jews have gained dominion over these areas has been a mystery. Mystery Babylon. To most, but as the Jew Marcus Ellie Ravitch states, the dominion is a reality. Well, it was a reality. Because if it's not true that it was a reality, then it wouldn't be no such thing as they going over to the place where the Most High is gathering them together to plead with them. And all the acknowledgments they made, even in this book. Still deception in it, but now that we know the truth, they cannot deceive us. Not the elect. You Christians, here I told you the Christians are. The white Christian nation. In which the Jews have gained dominion over these areas has been a mystery to most. But as the Jew Marcus Ellie Ravitch states, the dominion is a reality. You Christians make much noise and fury about the undue Jewish influence in your theaters and movie palaces. But good. Very good. Granted, your complaint is well-founded. But what is that compared to our staggering influence in your churches, your schools, your laws, your governments, and the very thoughts you think every day? We took you in the hand and pulled down the beautiful and generous structure you had reared and changed the whole course of your history. We conquered you as no empire of yours ever subjugated Africa or Asia. And we did it all without armies, without bullets, without blood or turmoil, without force of any kind. We did it solely by irresistible might of our spirit, with ideas, with propaganda. Says see Century Magazine, January 1928, volume 115, number 3, page 347 and 48. Israel's rule and dominion on the earth was to weaken when in transgression to God's law. The stranger shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. Are they the tail? Last I looked, the quote-unquote Negro had been the tail since 1492. Until they make all these acknowledgments. Remember, they say the war actually started, as I was listening to a lady on the internet, said the war actually started, this World War III actually started in 2014. That's when their post-private attorney made all the acknowledgments that everything has been given back to us. We thus have to ask, who has control and dominion over who in this world? Is it the white race that is losing its power and sovereignty to the Edomite Jews? Is it the white race that has been put under financial bondage to the Jew monetary system? It is the white race that must now live under Jewish laws and governments. The United Nations. The Most High has us had us disguised under the vise of slavery and all those things just to make us come back to him. He said those who are called by his name, if they would repent. It is the white nations, Germany, America, well, United States, England, that the Jews have tricked into giving them money. Well, I was talking about earlier, their preachers get on. Those who bless Israel shall be blessed, and those who curse Israel shall be cursed. Send them the money. aid and technology to support their anti-Christian or their anti. Well, it is the war is against them, so it is anti-Christian. That's when they talk about the Christians shall be persecuted, is because the war really is against them. That's their war. That is what the war is about. They persecute the true Israelites because we are the true people. And if the world was discovered, and now they are, that we are the true people, then the gig is up for both of them. And it is our political leaders who are controlled by Jew advisors and lobbying groups. This is all due to the legacy of two races. Two great forces have been struggling for dominion in the world. The Edomite Jews have gained the dominion and have broken the yoke of the white race from their necks. See, now they're playing with scripture. That's why the Most High got to go plead with him for his true people. As was prophesied to happen with Esau and Jacob. Now, this is so interesting, man. Maybe we'll keep on reading, but this ain't what the topic is. But I'm going to put this down from that. Move on to the sealed portion. Certain areas I'm just going to hit. I did it on purpose, so I won't go past, but because stuff be so interesting, man. I just want to make you keep on reading. I'm just going to start sealed portion 16 and 130. But his brother Abel was, let me see where I'm almost from. I started verse 127. Sealed portion 16 and 127. And now I, Moroni, would that you should know somewhat more concerning the jealousy that Cain had towards his younger brother Abel. Who was the younger brother between Esau and Jacob? Cain is Esau. Although back then he had black skin or brown skin, but darker skin than the rest. And now I, Moroni, would that you should know somewhat more concerning the jealousy that Cain had towards his younger brother Abel. For behold, Adam had given each of his sons the work that each of them should do according to each of their abilities and their strengths. And Cain was much stronger than Abel. He having received his father a body that was exceedingly stronger than the bodies of most other men. And Adam saw the strength of Cain and blessed him and put him over the work that was done in the fields. So Esau was a man of the field, wasn't he? And Adam saw the strength of Cain and blessed him and put him over the works that was done in the fields, even the tilling and the planting and the harvesting of the fruits and the plants that the people harvested for food. Come on, man. Stop trying to play with the thing. Trying to slow down and let it pull up. Why y'all people see y'all? See, that's what I'm talking about. Esau, man. Esau, you a cold dude, man. If you would just let the truth. See, you always got to try to prevent stuff and block stuff and all that. See, you a liar, man. That's why the Most High hate you. Instead of just letting, let's just throw the truth on the table and see where it falls. No, you always got to try to block stuff and hinder stuff and stand in the way of truth. And that's what you do, man. Change stuff. And Genesis 5, 27 to 34. And the boys grew. And Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. And Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. Jacob stayed in the house a lot. He was what they called a mama's boy. And that turned out to be true. Because let's continue. Genesis 25, 27 to 34. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field. And Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison. But Rebekah loved Jacob. And Jacob sowed pottage. And Esau came from the field, and he went faint. And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage, for I am faint. Therefore is his name called Edom. And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright. Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall this birthright do to me? And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he swore unto him, and he sold his birthright unto Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage of lentils, and he did eat and drink, and rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright. Chill portion 16 and 127. And now I, Moroni, would that you should know somewhat more concerning the jealousy that Cain had towards his younger brother Abel. For behold, see, over the birthright. But the Most High still allowed him a way to still come back and enjoy it. He said, I've accepted Abel's offering, but if you do the same, I'll accept yours too. But he chose not to adhere to the words of the Most High. He said, I'll just kill him. And now I, Moroni, would that you should know somewhat more concerning the jealousy that Cain had towards his younger brother Abel. Behold, Adam had given each of his sons the work that each of them should do according to each of their abilities and their strengths. See, Abel's job was just to watch. He was a shepherd. And Cain was much stronger than Abel. He having received in his And Cain was much stronger than Abel, he having received of his father a body that was exceedingly stronger than the bodies of most other men. And Adam saw the strength of Cain and blessed him and put him over the work that was done in the fields. See, although we find out that Judah and it was extremely strong too down the line, But what do they say today a lot of time when they're talking about this is not a racist statement, this is just things that people say. Man, them white boys in the country is cockstrong, man. And Adam saw the strength of Cain and blessed him and put him over the work that was done in the fields, even the tilling and the planting and the harvesting of the fruits and the plants that the people harvested for food. And even at a young age, Cain became an expert in his trade and demonstrated great skill in his ability to produce food for the people. They still doing it today. Even so much that he produced an abundance of food and was known throughout the land for his husbandry. But his brother Abel was short of stature and weak in the strength of his hands, in so much that he did not contribute to the physical tasks that were required of the men to produce and harvest the food that the house of Adam needed for sustenance. Therefore, Adam assigned Abel to tend the flocks. And he became exceedingly proficient in organizing and caring for the flocks and preparing them for that which they were being raised. And they were being raised exclusively for sacrifice unto God, as they had been commanded by him. This being in similitude of the law of sacrifice that was given to Adam and Eve in the holy endowment. It came to pass that Cain did not understand why the works of his hands were not acceptable unto God as a sacrifice unto those things of his brother Abel. Cain brought forth and placed the works of his hands on the altar that Adam had commanded to be constructed to perform the law of sacrifices. And when he had done this thing, Adam rebuked his son and commanded him to bring no such offerings unto the deliverer, except it be that the deliverer shall command it. And Adam loved his son. See, that's also part of what the remnant of Esau are going to be, maidens and handmaidens. They're going to make sure that all is provided for Israel, for Jacob. He said the kings and queens should be your nursing mothers and nursing fathers. So they're going to build your cities in the New Jerusalem. They're going to do these things. And Adam loved his son and made an attempt to explain to him that the law of sacrifice was symbolic of a law that would be fulfilled without the works of man. And as his offering was the work of the hands of men and the offerings of a beast that God had created, had nothing consistent with the works of man, then his offerings was not consistent with the intent of the symbolism of the law of sacrifice. And Cain became angry with his father and jealous of his brother. See, Abel was spiritual. And Cain became angry with his father and jealous of his brother, and went unto the eldest son of Adam, even Benelli, that he might seek his advice, which advice he took unto himself and did those things that Benelli required of him. And it came to pass that 8 years had passed after the murder of Abel. And during these 8 years, Adam did mourn because of the loss of his son. And he did also mourn because of such a terrible thing that had come to pass among his children. For there had never been a murder committed during the days of Adam until that time. And after 8 years of mourning the loss of her son Abel, Eve conceived again and gave unto Adam another son. And he called his name Seth. And the deliverer had great compassion upon Adam, and made Seth in an exact likeness of his father. Even so much that Eve rejoiced therein and knew that the deliverer had done this to cause the pain to cease, to ease the pain of Adam. Then going down to and Mahaliel begot Jared, who was likened to his father in all things. And Jared was obtained or ordained in the holy priesthood and served with his fathers in the church of God that existed among them. And it was in the early ministry of Jared that Adam called his children from all parts of the land to give them his counsel. Now we're going to see who the children of God are, who the children of Satan are. God loves everybody. That's what people say. And the people gathered themselves together, even those who belonged to the church of God, and also those who did not belong to the church. And the descendants of Benelli had gathered themselves on one side. And the sons of Seth, so he didn't say nothing about Cain. He skipped Cain and went down to Seth. Because now Benelli was Cain's father. And the descendants of Benelli had gathered themselves on one side, and the sons of Seth were gathered on the other. And Seth sat with his father, Adam, among the people. This is the kingdom. Reminiscence of the kingdom. Among the people, and Enos and Canaan and Mahaliel and Jared also sat among the people, as Adam had instructed of those who led the church of God. For behold, Adam would not suffer that the leaders of the people placed themselves above or in front of those whom they serve. That's in the kingdom. And it became customary among the leaders of the church that they sit with the congregation of those who had gathered to hear their words. And when it was time for them to speak, this leader would rise up from among the people and take his place in front of them and deliver that which was inspired to teach unto them. And immediately after preaching unto the people, this leader would return once again to his place among the people. He didn't remain in front of them, on top of them, on an altar to be worshipped. And in this way, the people were taught that their leaders were their servants, and that the people should not envy their leaders, neither should they bow down and worship them. This thing been an abomination before God. Now I only would that you should know that Cain was not present at this meeting in the Adam da Amen, the valley, the lily of the valley. Well, he was banished by his father Adam from among the people, after it was made known unto Adam that which he had done to his brother Abel. See, now what did it say in Lamentations? Your nakedness is now known. So once your nakedness is now known, Adam being a type of the father, but also being Michael, the Ancient of Days, the avenger of the people who stands up for them. What did Michael do? Now I, Moroni, would that you should know that Cain was not present at this meeting in the Adam Amen, for he was banished by his father Adam, Michael, from among the people after it was made known unto Adam that which he had done to his brother Abel. That's why on right here he showed you how he was banished. He skipped all the way down to let me see, where was that? Okay, and the descendants of Benelli had, okay, and the people gathered themselves together, even those who belonged to the church or of God, and also those who did not belong to the church. And the descendants of Benelli had gathered themselves on one side, and the sons of Seth were gathered on the other. He don't even mention Cain. He was banished. Cain is a type of the sons of perdition. He said, for the read Psalm 91, he said they should not even stand in judgment. They already been judged. That's why Esau could not find any repentance. That's why we find out that now that the Israeli and the European are the one same people. That's why everything gonna happen over in Europe. They're gonna gather in Europe because they already know that they ain't got no love from the Father, and they're not going to no place called heaven or nothing like that, to no new kingdom or nothing like that. That's why he says, "My people, that Mexican nation, the spirit of reincarnation, or either the other term, the Christ used, reanimation, all these things, are among the chosen people." Verse 8. Chapter 27, verse 17, verse 8. Now I, Moroni, would that you should know that Cain was not present at this meeting in the Adamon dia, Amen. For he was banished by his father, Adam, from among the people, that after it was made known unto Adam that which he had done to his brother Abel. And Cain was given the land east of the Garden of Eden. See, that's why they're trying to get these American Indians, lost tribes of the house of Israel, to go east. Now, he already told you everything in the east, majority of the east, if not all, going to get destroyed by nuclear warfare. So they get you to say you're Moor, which is synonymous with Africa. Get you to say you're African American, which is synonymous with Africa. Look, nigger, go back to Africa. And they were showing a scene. I was watching YouTube, and one of the neighboring guys who work for this delivering company, it's so ingrained in them, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This dude seemed like a nice dude. You know, they cordial. Hey, I'm the neighbor from down the street, and I just want to present this to you and all to the niggers. I mean, why did I say that? I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to say that. It's on it was on the internet. That's ingrained in them, man. If I'm lying, you got a right to turn off. If I'm not, you sure hang around and face it. See, that's what we do. Like, we try to turn stuff off as if that's going to make it untrue. The word of God is true. He said they got a perpetual hatred towards us. Whether they can be cordial, you can even get along. But down deep, the right situation arises, you're going to be a nigga. That right situation arrived, and we all saw. That wasn't no coincidence. The Most High caused that to happen, to let you see who you're dealing with. That's not a hateful statement, man. That's just the truth. He didn't mean to call. Why would a man come up to you trying to sell you something and then call you a nigger? A slip of tongue. That's on the internet. He said, man, I'm sorry, man. I wasn't trying to. But that was in his heart. He said, what's in your heart come out your mouth. The Most High called it to come out of his mouth at that moment. So we got to stop pretending like stuff ain't what it is. I just present it to you, and they present it to you out of their own books. This is perpetual. But people will always want it in order to try to keep peace in their mind. Jacob will turn against the righteous Jacob and say, man, you always trying to cause a problem, man. You know, who are you to say this? Well, Most High told me to say it. Who are you to tell me not to say it? Nigga. Stupid. And I already told you I used to be very stupid, nigga. So I got the right to say it. You kidding yourself when you think like that. I'm not saying there's no quote unquote white people that's desire to be good and try to do the best they can to be good. That's why some will be called by the Most High's name. And because they will know the Most High, they will accept that position in the kingdom. He said, because they don't, he's going to sweep them off the land. And just because you get angry, you want to strike out, that's just going to get you swept off the land. You know, you might get a little satisfaction of persecuting somebody for right now, but eventually the Most High going to make you pay for that. So you might as well just go on and face the facts now and say, well, you know, that is true. Let me try to be better. Let me try not to do what my ancestors did. Let me try to make my rights wrong, my wrongs right. Chapter 17, verse 9. And Cain, priest of Mahan, all these people, was given the land east of the Garden of Eden. They will tell you got some people called Afrikaans. So you got quote unquote white people and quote unquote black people in what they call Africa, where they come from. That ain't us. We didn't come from Africa. We came from America. And Cain was given the land of the east of the Garden of Eden because he wasn't allowed in America. Commanded to stay in that part of the land and not partake of the law of consecration with the rest of the posterity of Adam, the Israelites, the Aboriginal people of America. They became the Aboriginal people of Africa. And Adam and his people, that's why it was told that because of the promise that was given to Abraham, that a remnant of his people, Ishmael, which is because that was his son, Abraham's son, was to come to the Americas with our people. But even the ones that came, a remnant of them still turned against their father, they dad, Ishmael. And the way the remedy that the Most High allows for this disobedience, whether it be an Ishmaelite or an Israelite, because the Israelites shall be the kings and the Ishmaelites were the princes. He says the way that remedy that is to let the ones that are complaining and not obedient, let them die in the wilderness. You mean obedient to him, not to man. You got religious folks, see, that's why you talking against Christianity. No, you not his people, not Christians. They ain't Muslims either. You're getting all these terms through religion created by Esau Edom. That's why he says the house of Israel. And Cain was given the land east of the Garden of Eden, and commanded to stay in that part of the land and not partake of the law of consecration with the rest of the posterity. Let's see what the word posterity means. So at that point, he still loved his son, but he was no longer considered his posterity. He became Benelli's posterity. Matter of fact, Benelli even testified to it. He said, "You like my own son? I raised you like my own son." The devil said that to him. Posterity now, etymology online dictionary, a person's offspring, descendants collectively. Late 14th century, posterite, from Old French posterior at 14th century, from Latin posteritium, nominative posteritas, future time, after generation, offspring, literally the condition of coming after, from posteris, coming after, subsequent, from post, after, post, Old English word for to include after scenariso. And Cain was given the land of the east of the Garden of Eden, and commanded to stay in that part of the land, and not partake of the law of consecration with the rest of the posterity of Adam. That's why we talked about even the Sabbath. He said the Sabbath was the greatest jubilee of all jubilees. That you keep that Sabbath that he's commanded, it'll keep you from getting swept off the land. That's in the book of Joshua. But it wasn't given to all of Adam's children, only to the Israelites. And Adam and his people did not support Cain and his posterity according to the laws which were established among them. Nevertheless, they suffered that they should live in the borders of their lands. They suffered that they did it. They didn't want them to be there, but hey, might as well. Nevertheless, they suffered that they should live in the borders of their lands, as long as they did not come in among them. Then what did hard-headed Jake do? Man, she got a fat ass, boy. I know what the Most High say, but dang, I'm gonna hit that real secretly. Nobody gonna know. But the descendants of Benelli supported Cain and his people. I mean, the devil supported Cain and his people, as was promised him by way of secret covenants, secret societies that they had made with him. In the way of commerce and trade was opened up between them that greatly benefited them both. And the posterity of Cain grew and became numerous upon the land. But they could not come unto the children of Adam, and partake of their sustenance, which sustenance was provided for them by the laws that Adam had established according to the laws of God. That's why they made up their own law, color of law. And Cain and his posterity became a loathsome people unto the rest of the children of Adam, men. For they would go about the land naked. I mean, literally and physically and spiritually. They're not covered no more by God. They're covered by Satan. Sinful people. And after a few generations, the effects of the sun on their naked bodies defiled their bodies. See, this is what promoted them to say, well, the quote-unquote Negroes was cursed to have black skin. Everybody at this time was earth tone. It's just that these people in Africa were darker. It's the children of Cain and Benelli. And after a few generations, the effects of the sun on their naked bodies defiled their bodies even more than they had hereto been defiled. And they became darker still. And they were afflicted with disease and sores upon their bodies that made them easy for the people of Adam to recognize, and thus forbid them from entering into their lands. And after many generations, the sores left a mark upon them, even that their appearance was not like that of the sons and daughters of Adam any longer. There's no longer copper colored. Ebony colored. And they wandered the land whither they desired to go, but they dared not come into the land of Adam Dea Amen, the land of Jesus, land of God. That's what America is. The true America. I ain't talking about the one that they formulated through corporations. I'm talking about the real nature, America. This is Jesus' land, the line of the tribe of Judah's land, the Almighty God, the Father's land. That's why the inheritance that he promises to his inheritance, Israel. And for this reason, none of the posterity of Cain was present when Adam called the people together. That's because Cain and them was over in Africa. They was Aboriginal too, but they was Aboriginal to Africa. Seal portion 31 and 73 through 75. And now I, Moroni, would that you should understand that this is the great and abominable church. Cain and Benelli, it is the great abominable church. And then also he broke it down a little clearer in Seal portion 79 that the great abominable church is synonymous with the Europeans that came over in 1492. And now I, Moroni, would that you should understand that this is the great and abominable church of which Nephi had written in his vision, which is the same vision that was given unto John. And I've explained this great and abominable church unto you previously. Therefore, it is important that you reference these things, that you might understand them more fully. And John continued with his words, saying, so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting upon a scarlet-colored beast. See, that's why the so-called royal family is always, even though purple is a sign of royalty, which really belongs to Israel, but this is the color that they emphasize. And I gotta say it, man. Yeah, he's a very talented artist. And sometimes I even listen to his music sometimes. I watched Purple Rain last night. He even had a song talking about, I would die for you. I am your savior. I am your what do you say? I'm your savior. He was down with them. Purple man himself. Purple rain. And John continued his words, saying, back to 7:3. Now I'm Aroni Wood that you should understand that this is the great and abominable church of which Nephi is written in his vision, which is the same vision that was given unto John. And I've explained this great and abominable church unto you previously. See, that's why Christ said, you know these type of people that also are your preachers and teachers, that's a part of that church. There was a part of the churches in his days called the Pharisees, Sadducees, and all these people. Christ knew that they would tell you truth mixed with lies. But he said, judge them by their fruit, by their works, their actions, how they live, what they do. He said, do what they say and not what they do. He said, because their way, because they're going to tell you some truth. Like this book of Who Esau Edom. They told you a lot of truth, but now that you know the truth, you see where they traded the lies in there too, trying to make it seem like they're the chosen people. But there's a lot of truth in it. So you'll do yourself a disservice by not reading it. You just got to read it with knowledge. How do you get that knowledge? Through Christ's words, based on line upon line, precept on precept. So when you read other sources, if it don't line up with what Christ said, then that's a lie. And like I said, I don't get angry, man, if you don't watch. You ain't gotta watch. But I know what I'm saying is the truth. Based on precepts. And now I, Moroni, would that you should understand that this is the great and abominable church of which Nephi has written in his version, which is the same vision that was given unto John. And I've explained this great and abominable church unto you previously. All right. Well, let's go there. I was trying to stay away from this verse. I know people don't like it, but he said, explained it to you previously, but I'm going to go to verse 79. Because I've explained it to you previously a lot of times too. And then sometimes people get on this, come back and watch another video and pretend like they forgot what they learned previously. That either says one or two things. They wasn't even on here to learn. They was on here really to try to dispute the things I say. But I'll just keep on telling you the truth, to whether you learn the truth or you get condemned by the truth. He said, it's not up to me to condemn you or to judge. He said, the words he speaks will judge you. Words I speak will judge you, because they're going to be his words concerning the truth. Seal portion 79 and 5. And it shall come to pass that Lucifer shall influence the discovery of the land of promise, which is filled with all manner of precious things, which are the desires of this great and abominable church, of which I have spoken. And when the promised land is discovered by the people of the great European empire, that is the great abominable church. He just interchanged it for you. When the promised land is discovered by the people of the great abominable empire, the European empire, they shall begin to search for gold and silver and for anything that is of value to them. It shall come to pass that they shall begin to destroy the Lamanites. These are the American Israelites. And take from them their lands and force them into places which are desolate and void of precious things that these European nations desire. And the American Israelites, the Lamanites, shall begin to dwindle in number and lost and lose their nation, their people, and their lands to the effects of the lusts of the great and abominable church. And the men shall destroy the American Israelites, the Lamanites, see, that was part of Jacob's trouble, shall think that they are doing God a service because they believe that the American Israelites, the Lamanites, and all those who are of a dark skin are those who have been cursed of God and not worthy of the full blessings of the Father. And this wickedness, see, that's wickedness, that false image, that's wickedness. And this wickedness shall be taught unto them by their leaders and their priests, who are all servants of Satan, secret societies, the offspring of Benelli and Cain, and shall follow his will in all things. To a portion. 31:75. 30:74. And John continued with his words, saying, so he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. And I saw a woman sitting upon a scarlet colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color. So that's why they tried to even, because Prince may have came out and desired to do good, but he'd already sold himself. That's why he chose before he left to give us a lot of truth. That's why they had him acting like he's a man. He said that's why he said he's not a man, he's not a woman. He acts feminine as a woman, dressed in arrayed in purple and scarlet color. Talking about their purple rain, which is not going to come to pass. Their reign is over. That's what the war is about. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting upon a scarlet colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, diamonds and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. That's why a lot of his songs were so filthy. He was created in the beast's image. That's why when you listen to these songs with your favorite artists, don't get consumed by them. If it's good music and you still want to listen to it, don't worship it. Don't worship them. Take it for what it is, music. But what a lot of times what it does is it draws you in and makes you become a worshiper of an idol. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. And I saw the woman drunken with the blood of the saints, with the blood of the martyrs of Jesus. See what time it is. Still got time. According to usually about 4 or 5 hours, so we got time. Mystery Babylon. Now you're gonna make it more clear who Mystery Babylon is. The sealed portion, chapter 65 and 2. And the true saints of God, these are the ones that Adam allowed through Adam God, Amen, the lily of the valley. Jesus Christ land. And the true saints of God who were his elect. See, the elect was remained to stay and hear of the goodness. The others was not. These others right here that persecuted him was not because he was jealous. And the true saints of God who were his elect were persecuted and slain by the hands of the Romans, the house of Japhet, and by the consent of those leaders of the Christian faith who had made alliances with the Romans and the other governments of the earth. Only here to be the truth. So you got to break loose of your religious beliefs of what the beast has told you. See a portion chapter 66 and 73 on down. And it came to pass that over the course of a few years, Muhammad received many revelations from the Holy Ghost and caused that they should be written by scribes who would hear his words and write them as he spoke them unto the scribes. And he became like unto Moses, that he was not strong in writing, nor could he read a language, but he spoke with power, being filled with the gift and power of God. And from the revelations that Muhammad received from the Spirit, he brought forth a record of the teachings that he would have those that followed him learn and understand. And this record became known as the Quran. And Muhammad proclaimed that the Quran was the last revelation that God would give unto the people at that time. And he also taught unto the people that he himself was that last holy prophet who was called of God to save the people in that dispensation of time. See, all men always tell you that, though, because they have such an anointing on their life, and even people come and worship them to an extent. They say, I'm the last one. Elijah said, they've come to take my life, and yet I'm alone in the last prophet. So many words. Most High had to tell him, humble yourself, Elijah. I have 7,000 men who will not bow to Baal. A remnant I've stored and have not bowed to Baal. But yet for that work, Elijah was the only one doing that work at that time for that purpose. Most High got 7,000 men doing the work. That's why he says in the Third Testament, these bearers of Christ are those the Most High have prepared for this time. They're part of the 144,000 captains. All of us doing a last work. That's why John told you in the sealed port. I mean, in the book of John. I mean, Revelation, and also in the sealed portion. He said these last two prophets shall speak as men, meaning the Bible and the Book of Mormon, the two testaments. That's a mystery within itself. Because the Most High know how men are. You put such of a esteem on man, it's gonna go to his head. That's why the book of Remembrance tells us the Most High sees his people as well as his ministry as a whole, not as just one man. That's why I said study to show yourself approved. So whoever, whether it be myself or whoever else, study yourself. That's why I give you line on line, precept on precept. You can get mad at him, but I'm giving you all the information for you to go back and study to see if what I'm saying is true. That's the standard. Not just because I tell you so. That don't take away from any of the power in the ministry of that man, though. But the Most High still have a remnant that's doing the work. Verse 77. And I've already explained to you that he truly was the last prophet of that time period, of the time period revealed in the revelations of Daniel and John as the times. So in other words, right here it's telling us that the prophets of Daniel and John was talking about Muhammad. And I've already explained unto you that, and if it's promoting the last prophet, why would this same book tell us that he was talking about Muhammad? When it's going to talk about the last prophet all throughout this book. But at that time, of that time. And Muhammad proclaimed that the Quran was the last revelation that God would give unto the people at that time. And he also taught unto the people that he himself was the last holy prophet who was called of God to save the people in that dispensation of time. And I've already explained unto you that he truly was the last prophet of the time period revealed in the revelations of Daniel and John as the times, which period would precede a Holy Ghost, which period would precede a time of great darkness upon the earth when the Holy Ghost was commanded by the Father to withdraw his spirit from the children of men. And then in the latter days, even at the beginning of the half of time, which I've explained to you, the gospel of the deliverer shall once again be revealed in its fullness to the first of these two final prophets who should be sent forth among the people to restore the truth of all things unto them. So he just told you that final prophet that Daniel and John was talking about was Muhammad. That's what the term Muhammad means, priest, high priest. He said, then in the latter days, when at the beginning of the half of time, which I've explained to you, the gospel of the deliverer shall once again be revealed in its fullness to the first of two final prophets who should be sent forth among the people to restore the truth of all things unto them. Then we told you as far as what John and was talking about, he was talking about the Bible and the Book of Mormon. That's going to speak as a man. Now, as far as as far as a Christopher is concerned, John or Daniel didn't talk about a Christopher as a man. But the Third Testament explains to us that Christopher means the bearers of Christ of this remnant. And when they're ready, they shall go forth as captains, big brothers to the people. Come with 144,000. And that's what made the way for a Gentile man named Christopher to interject himself. as the last prophet, who don't even believe in God. But the term Christopher means bearers of Christ. But you got to precept what the first stick says to the second stick. Even in the Book of Mormon, I've read to you before, that it says the last prophet would be a man named after Joseph, meaning Joseph of Egypt, in which Ephraim comes out of, and Manasseh. Verse 78. And then in the latter days, even at the beginning of the half of time, which I've explained unto you, the gospel of the deliverer shall once again be revealed in its fullness to the first of these two final prophets, who shall be sent forth among the people to restore the truth of all things unto them. And like it was with the message of Moses among the Jews, and the message of Jesus among the Christians, even the message of all the holy prophets of God. Yeah. In the days following the death of Muhammad, the people shall also corrupt his message and do those things which are most abominable in the sight of God, and change the meaning of the Holy Quran, which should be given unto the people who will become known of themselves as Muslims, being called this because of their belief in the religion of Islam. See, not the belief in, as they say, Allah. They use the term Allah, but it really is in the religion of Islam, just like people say Christ, but it's really the religion of Christians. Instead of believing in the true God, he said, who turned the creator into a creature. And the religions that came to be because of the followers of the prophets of God, who have been called to teach the gospel of the Father unto the people of their own cultures. Seal portion 67 and 69 through 7. And in the latter days there shall be many religions and diverse churches, which preach many forms of these religions. But the main religion of the latter days shall be those which are based upon the corrupted teachings of those holy prophets that I have mentioned in this record. Behold, these religions shall be known as the Muslim, and the Hindu, and the Buddhist, and the Jew, and the Christian. And from these shall come forth many sects, private secret societies, each teaching many different forms of these religions. Seal portion 68 and 16. For behold, after the fall of the Romans, the formation of this great and abominable church began, which Nephi had written. But this is only according to the time of John. For this abominable church has existed since the beginning, when it was first established by Manelli during the days of Adam. But John writeth of that which is pertinent to this time, which is the time given in the revelation that he received. And Nephi also wrote those things that were pertinent to his own vision. And the Spirit has commanded me to explain this unto you, so that you might not misunderstand the purpose of the words of Nephi or the words of John. For that great and abominable church is the plan of Lucifer, and his doctrine and precepts create abomination and desolation. of which the ancient prophets have written. And its foundation was formed at the time that Lucifer rebelled against the plan of the Father and presented his own plan for all the children of God who were spirits. Therefore, be careful that you do not suppose that the formation of this church of the devil began at the time in which Nephi has prophesied, according to the vision 1492, that he received from God. For this great and abominable church, well, you know, that was told you, his time, his people was going to go into subjugation in 1492, but it didn't start then. For this great and abominable church, as I have explained it unto you, it also is also the beast that receives its power from the dragon, who is Lucifer. Who did Cain receive his power from? Benelli, who the sealed book of Moses called the Book of Mormon, sealed book of Mormon is called himself Ahiah. And now of these things I have been instructed to tell you more concerning the times of which I have written. Behold, the ending of the times began according to the reckoning of time of the latter days, at the birth of the holy prophet Muhammad, he being the last prophet sent forth into the world in that dispensation of time. And from the ending of the times to the beginning of the half of time shall be the equivalent, according to the words of John, in your own reckoning of time, to 40 and 2 months. In other words, 1,260 days. And these days that are mentioned of John are years according to the reckoning of the time that you shall have in the latter days. And in the same month in which Muhammad was born, even after exactly 1,260 years have passed. Yeah, the 40 and the 2 months mentioned by John. Then shall the commencement of the half of time begin. And the half of time shall be ushered in with the fullness of the gospel, being once again given to all the inhabitants of the earth by the work of the first of these latter day prophets, who shall live among you, even he who shall bring forth the unsealed portion of this record, which shall testify to the world of the words of Christ, which are the fullness of the plan of the Father. And now, if you read the words of John, it shall be revealed unto you therein more concerning this time. For John also wrote concerning the 40 and the 2 months, saying, and there appeared a great sign in heaven, in the likeness of things on the earth, and a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon his head a crown of 12 stars. And upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And the woman being with child cried, travailing in birth, in pain to be delivered. And she brought forth a man child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up unto God in his throne. Verse 44. Seal portion 65 and 44. And I will give power unto my two witnesses. Let me go to verse 40 on instead. For when the dragon saw that he was cast into the earth, he persecuted the woman, which brought forth the man child. Therefore, to the woman were given two wings of a great eagle, that she might flee into the wilderness, into her place, where she is nourished for a time and times and a half a time, from the face of the serpent. And the serpent casted out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. And the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth, swallowed her up, the flood, which the dragon casted out of his mouth. Therefore the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed. Talking about the natural people of Christ, which keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. And he also wrote, saying, And there was given me a rod like unto a rod. There was given unto me a reed like unto a rod that is used to judge the world. And the angel stood saying, Rise and measure the temple of God and the altar and them that worship therein. But the court, which is without the temple, leave out. See, that's what Benelli and Cain was saying. But the court, which is without the temple, leave out. And measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles in their own time. And at this time, the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses. And they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. Now I, Moroni, have already given somewhat an explanation of these things already in this record. Nevertheless, I have been commanded to give unto you more information concerning these times of the deliverer, so that you of the latter days might see the words of John being fulfilled as they have been given. See, the words of John is our foundation. That's the Bible. That's where the line by line, precept on precept leads to and from. Now, the rod of iron of which John has written is the fullness of the gospel of Jesus Christ, which came forth from the child, who is the Christ. And as soon as the fullness, see, that's his body, his natural seed, the child. And as soon as the fullness of the gospel was given to the world, according to the words of John, as soon as the child was to be delivered, Satan was there to deceive all those who hear the gospel. And he causes them not to believe in that which they hear. And the record of the Jews containeth the fullness of this gospel. And the record of my Father, which is this record, sealed portion, also containeth the fullness of the gospel, as I've explained it unto you previously in this record. But during the 40 and the 2 months, or the 1,260 days, or the 3 days and a half, which also represented 3 years and a half, which is also 1,260 days. Yeah. During this time, the records that contain the fullness of the gospel shall prophesy covered in sackcloth. Or in other words, be covered from eyes of all the wicked, so that if they read their words, they might not understand that which they read, because they do not have the Spirit to bear witness unto them the truthfulness of these things. Seal portion 84:55 to our stop. And after the Lamanites, the American Israelites shall begin to once again live in peace, one with another. And when they shall put down their weapons of war and make covenants among themselves that they will not go to war again and take the life of another or for any reason. Yeah. At this time, Timothy and Anthony and Anthoniah shall go forth upon the land among them and begin to preach the gospel of Jesus Christ once again unto the people. Now, if they did not preach unto this people, how would you suppose that they should be taught the things of God? Neither did they do anything contrary to the will of the Father during the time in between the times and after time. Behold, they shall teach the people according to their own language and the customs that they shall establish among them, which customs are not according to the holy order of the Son of God. And it shall be these 3 Nephite apostles that shall be the means whereby the Lamanites shall become once again a peaceful and loving people who shall live upon the earth according to the commandments of God. And truly, there shall not be more righteous and peaceful people among all nations of the earth. And it shall come to pass that Timothy shall leave the land of our fathers and cross the many seas to be among the other nations of Israel. So that he might do what he can, inspire others to use the light of Christ, which has been in them since their birth into mortality, to find the truth and follow the plan of the Father. And this he shall not do according to the holy order of the Son of God, which shall be taken from the earth at this time. But my Anthony and my Anthoniah, see, if I was puffed up and trying to deceive you, I can make this mean me. Why you say that? Well, my mother name, my name that was given back to me by I have right over, being Anthony Madrus Pooler, the senior. I can tell you, but Anthony, they really changed M to like make it a mystery. But if you just say Anthony and put M in the middle, that's my middle name. But they didn't tell you Pooler. He says, but my Anthony and my Anthoniah. See, my Anthony M is my natural name that my mother gave me, but then my spiritual name is Anthoniah M. I ain't telling you that, I'm just saying what people do. But my Anthony and my Anthoniah shall stay for many years among the people of the land of our fathers, which is the same land that you call in the latter days the Americas. And it shall come to pass that as the people begin to prosper in the peace and happiness, there shall arise some chief men among them, who shall be influenced once again by the ways of Satan, to build up great cities and highways, and these shall establish commerce, that they might get gain. And these Lamanites shall stay generally in the land southward, while the more peaceful of the Lamanites shall live in the land northward, and also upon the isles of the oceans that are near unto the land of the Americas. And you shall call it as you shall call it. And it shall come to pass that the nations of the Gentiles shall not know of the Americas. So that's the isles of the Gentiles that we read about in Genesis 10, 1 through 5. And it shall come to pass that the nations of the Gentiles shall not know of the Americas until the time just before the deliverer alloweth Satan to exercise his authority and power. Seal portion 84 and 96 on that. And this man of whom Nephi made mention was a great reformer of religion, who prayed mightily unto God that he might leave the nations of the Gentiles and find a land where he could worship God according to the dictates of his own conscience, which was the light of Christ that was within him. And he crossed the many waters and came unto the land of promise and began to preach that which he felt was the gospel of Christ unto the Lamanites. And this man was prepared by the deliverer through the ministration of Timothy, who had left Maanthony and Maanthoniah and crossed the great oceans until he came to the land from which Lehi came in the beginning, Jerusalem. Seal portion 85, 19 to 21. For behold, none of the blessings of happiness that Lucifer had promised unto those who follow him shall come without another being taken advantage of in some way. And all these miseries shall be upon the heads of the rich and the powerful, as thou art about to observe in vision concerning those things of the latter days. 21. And now, I, Moroni, also have great cause to sorrow because of those things which I have read concerning these things which shall come to pass among the Lamanites, and also among the people of a dark skin, who should be brought into this promised land in chains. See, the Lamanites was already here. That's why I said, and also among the people of a dark skin who shall be brought into this promised land in chains, that they might serve the lusts and the greeds of the rich. See, the ones that was of our brethren who was brought here in chains to come back to their original land of promise. It's because this is what the Most High wanted them to be here. He's not telling us or them to go east. That's not our land. But the ones that are from that part of that land over there, that the Most High also might cause to be their lands, because he said wherever the seed of Abraham shall stand and see will be your land. I mean the whole world. But at this time, he ain't sending you there. He brought you here for a reason. This is the land where you're gonna be safe at. Because that war gonna take part over there. It might touch some places over here, but for the most part, as Elder Aiel told you, it's gonna be over there. Seal portion 98. And I'll start at verse 8. Behold, the inhabitants of the earth shall worship Satan as their God, and they shall call him their father and their Christ. That's the one they created, called in the name of Jesus Christ, that they call Jesus Christ. That's not Jesus Christ. That's Caesar Borgia. That's the blonde-haired guy. Behold, the inhabitants of the earth shall worship Satan as their God, and they shall call him their father and their Christ. That's why a lot of the brothers, I ain't a part of their camps, but they paint him that way. They paint that image with horns. They're not wrong. And because of the great power that Satan shall have over their minds, they shall not know that it is Satan whom they worship, because they shall be led to believe that they are worshiping the true God. Behold, instead of the religions of the world uniting souls of all men, how would they really unite souls? Well, if they were truly part of the true religion of Shabbat, no matter what they called it, they would all teach the same doctrine that would lead you to Christ, who will lead you to the Father. And because of the great power that Satan shall have over their minds, they shall not know that it is Satan whom they worship, because they shall be led to believe that they are worshiping the true God. Behold, instead of the religions of the world uniting the souls of all men and women upon the earth, they shall divide them. They shall be at war one with another for dominance and preeminence among all the earth. And the Christians shall rise up in this pride and condemn any who do not believe in Christ, their Christ. And the Muslim shall rise up and condemn all who do not believe in Allah, their Allah, and his prophet Muhammad, their prophet Muhammad, not the true prophet Muhammad. And the people of the church of the beast, even the church known among you by the name of my Father, shall believe that they alone have the truth, and that as a man joined this church, he shall not be saved. That's basically whether they might not say it like that in their pride, but literally you listen to them, that's what all the churches say. Yeah, you came to the right place. Now we're going to go to what Elder Ayil was talking about today. He talked about, if you look on the internet, there's a place called Valley of Jehoshaphat in the Crimea. Tell me that's the real Valley of Jehoshaphat in the Crimea. Who represents the Crimea? The Israeli, the Khazar. Now we're going to see what was the Father's answer to that. Joel 3:2. I will also gather all nations. He's not talking about Israel. He's talking about the nations of Idumea, the world. I will also gather all nations. Because remember he said he's going to make a full end of all nations. He gave us, let me go there again. So in case you just think, don't think I'm just talking, in case you forgot. Because it got to be line upon line, precept on precept. Jeremiah 30:11. At least two witnesses. For I am with thee, says the law, to save thee. Save who? Though I make a full end of all nations, whither I have scattered thee, yet will I not make a full end of thee. Who we not going to make a full end of? But I will correct thee in measure, and I will not leave thee altogether unpunished. That's why he even brought the ones from across the sea to come here to get punished. Part of our nation. Some was already here, but our progenitor came from here, Adam. But later on, after his indigenous children said wherever they found themselves, they end up everywhere. Jeremiah 46:28. Fear thou not, O Jacob. Oh, we talking about Jacob. My servant, says the law. But then he went on to say, he said, a servant should not all remain in the house. So he got to promote you to something else called a son. How you get to that sonship? Well, you got to wrestle with that angel to become Israel. Enter into the straight gate. Repentance and baptism. Fear thy not, O Jacob, my servant, says the Lord. For I am with thee. For I will make a full end of all nations, he said it again, whither I have driven thee. But I will not make a full end of thee, but correct thee in measure, yet will I not leave thee wholly unpunished. Joel 3:2. I will also gather all nations. Why? So he can destroy them. And I will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat. Where is the valley of Jehoshaphat? In the Crimea. The Khazar land. And I will plead with them there for my people. Oh, I thought all the people was his people. I will also gather all nations and will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat. And I will plead with them there for my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. That's Big Brother coming down being a big brother. I'm going to get my brother. Man, you've been saying that for so long. Wait, you gonna see? Now, I told you I was gonna read this to you. This is called Revealing America's Dark-Skinned Past, Volume 2. I only gave you excerpts from it before, but I'm going to read the whole thing to you today. See what it has to say. Much of stuff in here, I don't even know what it got to say because I ain't never read it all. I'm going to do it today for you. Revealing America's Dark-Skinned Past, Volume 2, The Columbian Era, Red Silver Fox Thunderbird. An American Deception. An American Deceptions. Revealing America's Dark-Skinned Past, Volume 2, The Columbian Era, Red Silver Fox Thunderbird. Introduction, page 8. The misconceptions that permeate American history, especially United States history, are so numerous and abundant that when people are presented with historical facts that deviate from the customary perceptions, they have a tendency to dismiss the information as another conspiracy theory. The old stories from the discovery of the New World to the colonization of the United States are filled with so many fallacies that the retelling of these over the centuries has turned these fictions into truths. The misrepresentations of previous historical writings have become today's realities of the past, not realizing that history has become, using the words of Napoleon, a myth that men agree to believe. One of the most prevalent fallacies I just had a thought. I ain't gonna tell you that because they might turn this video off if I said that. I'll just say this: I had a dream when angels was visiting me coming down. They was calling me by my name my mother gave me. One of the most prevalent fallacies in North America history is a story surrounding Christopher Columbus and the people he encountered. It's interesting to note that early 20th century histories were stating that Christopher Columbus was trying to prove that the world was round. However, late 19th century historical writings on Columbus, not school textbooks, make no mention of this revelation. They do, however, tell in great detail of the carnage that took place in the islands during Columbus' reign. And they spell it like Purple Rain, Reign. They also describe in detail of the hospitableness of the indigenous people, the general nature of the indigenous people until they had to defend themselves, and that the indigenous people were considered Negroes. Eventually, in the retelling of this story, as history has a tendency to do, facts were being deleted. The man who changed modern history could not be depicted as a slaver, amongst other things. And most of all, the image of the indigenous people and the words and names used to describe them had to be changed to accommodate European interests and values. As you read this book, it is with great anticipation that you will discover that there's much to learn about the history of people of color on this landmass of North America. You must realize that it was an intention before Columbus left Spain to cross the Atlantic Ocean to subjugate the indigenous people that would be encountered. We must realize that the people Columbus encountered were used as slaves, and that the shipping of some of those captured indigenous people back to Spain was the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade. We must realize that the Negroid people of the islands were no different in the eyes of the European than the Negroid people of Africa. Both of these cultures, to the European, were fair objects of rapine and captivity and slavery. See, that's why I told you in the sealed portion that these Indians was already here, who had went to other parts of the land, including Africa, the same land where Cain and Bonelli was sent. The Most High's will caused them to be brought back here to the Americas. We even heard about a recent time when those Negroid people who lived in what they call Israel today was forced to leave Israel and come back here. At the time, they probably felt like they was being discriminated against, but the Most High didn't want them there because that place was going to get destroyed. For the record, nobody threatened Israel except the Most High. So if you want to take it out on somebody, take it out on him when he comes. That's what he's coming for you to take it out on him. If you able. Revealing America's dark-skinned past. Slaves make more profit than gold. What did the Most High say? You've taken my gold and my silver. Let me find that scripture. Joel 3:5-7. Because you have taken my silver and my gold and have carried into your temples my goodly, pleasant things. You've taken them into your churches. You've taken them into your captivity, whatever form that may be. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians, that you might remove them far from their borders? Behold, I will raise them out of the place whither you have sold them, and I will return your recompense upon your own head. Well, there we go again, threatening Esau. People that he loved, y'all say. Revealing America's dark-skinned past, page 12. It is written in the Columbus logs that on the first day of his arrival to the New World, that the indigenous people of the islands came swimming to the boats, bringing parrots, balls of cotton bread, javelins, and many other things which they exchanged for articles we gave them, such as glass breads and hawk's bells. It is interesting that Columbus brought along hawk's bells to trade with the Native Americans. Arthur Weiner, in his book Africans and the Discovery of America, stated he carried such bells specifically for the purpose of trading with the Indians, no doubt, because voyagers to Africa had found them acceptable to the Negroes, who used rattles and bells in their fetish ceremonies. This means that Columbus knew before he left Spain he was going to be encountering Negroes or dark-skinned people in the New World. But how would he have come upon this information? And who were those voyagers? To get a better understanding of how this transpired, one must examine circumstances that preceded Columbus' initial voyage. What became known as the Age of Discovery, or the Age of Exploration, what is also the Age of Discovery? Dumb diverses. What became known as the Age of Discovery or the Age of Exploration grew out of the Europeans' desire for wealth. Many European rulers knew that trade with Asia could make them rich, powerful, and wealthy. However, the inland route to Asia had been impassable for centuries because of the Muslim and the Arab domination of those trade routes. The only alternative was an approach by sea. The Portuguese, because of their proximity to the Atlantic Ocean, were the first Europeans to venture down the coast of Africa in search of this sea route, and the first to establish trading posts along the west coast of Africa. It's early Portuguese raid and trade voyages along the West African coast. In 1441, the Portuguese for the first time obtained gold dust from traders on the western coast of Africa. The following year, Portuguese explorers returned from Africa with more gold dust and other cargo, 10 Africans. By 1445, the Portuguese established their first trading post, slave market for it, in Arguin Bay, which in present day is called Mauritania. Up until 1448, only 927 slaves were brought from Mauritania. By 1456, trying to make sure I didn't leave no, I didn't cook that, so okay. Up until 1448, only 927 slaves were brought from Mauritania. By 1456, 800 to 1,000 slaves came from the area every year, eventually developing royal trade in Western Africa with precedence over establishing trade with India. The Portuguese continued to venture down the western coast of Africa, setting up more trading posts, culminating into 1482 with the establishment of Elmina on the Gold Coast of Western Africa. The Portuguese, by this time, through various treaties, gained exclusive rights to trade along the Western African coast, and the building of Elmina was to secure the gold and slaves as a royal monopoly of Portugal. The royal family even demanded that all merchants had to receive a royal license to do business as the Portuguese trading post. One such person to receive a license was Christopher Columbus. It says present day Elmina, and 17th century drawing of Elmina built in 1482 to secure Portuguese gold, and the upper level of Elmina were for Portuguese aristocrats, while the future slaves were kept in dungeons on the lower levels. Pictured on the left is female dungeon, which had steps that led to page 16. It says Columbus started sailing at an early age, traveling the Mediterranean Sea, developing his trading and navigational skills as part of the Mediterranean trade. While in his 20s, he moved to Portugal after being shipwrecked in 1476 near the town of Lagos. In 1478, he married Philippa Perestrello, the daughter of a Portuguese noble. He was then sailing on missions for the Portuguese government from Lisbon all the way to Elmina. It was around this time that Columbus started to entertain the thought of venturing west to lands across the ocean. It was also this time that Columbus ran into his brother Bartholomew, who not only was working out of Lisbon as a mariner, but also was a cartographer, a creator of maps and charts, and he created many maps of the Atlantic Ocean. There are some historians who say that it was Christopher with his navigational skills. See, that name Christopher keep on bothering me for this. Not Christopher Columbus, but that another Christopher is in the seal portion. Could that be once again a European way to take credit for the true 144,000 high priests who it is our job to be big brothers, captains, 12,000 over each tribe or each nation? Just think, that's the thought that came to me. There are some historians who say that it was Christopher. See, because even in the book of Seal Portion, it mentions a certain thing that he wasn't talking about the Christopher Columbus. Was he implying that this Christopher who interpreted the Seal Portion was the Christopher? Christopher. All right. There are some historians who say that it was Christopher with his navigational skills, along with his brother Bartholomew, with his knowledge of the Atlantic, who thought of the plan of together to travel to the Indies by a western route. Even the king of Portugal, Don Juan, knew of these faraway lands, which mariners and traders in his African service had spoken. So now you see that it was Africans in his service. That's a key thing to remember. Africans in his service had spoken, called by the Romans. Don Juan was even regretful that he did not finance Columbus' expedition. For if he had, he believed he would have been the emperor of two continents. Not only was it known that there was lands to the west, it was also known that to the south and southeast laid another world. The king was certain of this. Africans, he said, had traveled to the world. In fact, boats had been found which started out from Guyana, Africa, and navigated to the west with merchandise. At the top, it says two Negroid cultures bartering and trading. You see, these two cultures, Africans and Native Americans, in the 1400s, before Columbus' journey to the Americas, had a history with each other. The indigenous Americans and African people have interacted with each other in a variety of settings and situations. These interactions may well have begun in very ancient times. It was this knowledge that Columbus gained from interacting with African mariners and traders that was the precursor of the voyage to the New World. Columbus was not only planning for a western route to the Indies, he knew from his interaction with the African traders that there was gold in those faraway lands. One must also presume that while interacting with the African traders, Columbus found out information about the inhabitants of the faraway lands and knew they were of a Negroid stock, which means another possible source of slaves. Even though gold was a very profitable market in the world, slaves made more profit than gold. The Portuguese knew this from experience, and Columbus knew this from his experience with the Portuguese and his personal involvement with the African traders and the African slave trade in the Mediterranean. He had intentions from the start of enslaving the Negro inhabitants from the faraway land. It says spice trade route, 100 to 1500 CE. And you might say, well, where did you get that thought from about these Africans who were under the employ of these people? Oh, well, the one world Tartarian basically pointed it out who they were. It said many historians have recorded that the purpose of Columbus' journey was to find another route to the spice markets of China and Japan. The land route had been dominated. It says traders, as far as trading things, but also traders. Backstabbers. Oh, God won't take your place. The backstabbers. Backstabbers. That's why they try to say, well, you say you the Moors, whose origination lands are in Africa, and we'll say that we are the Aboriginals of America, which was the plan of the Romans. Just a thought based on information. Many historians have recorded that the purpose of the Columbus journey was to find another route to the spice market of China and Japan. The land route had been dominated for centuries by the Arabs and Muslims, and the European countries had been trying for centuries to find a new route to bypass them. In the 1480s, Columbus started asking for assistance to finance a new route to the Spice Islands, western by sea. He first went to the king of Portugal, who turned him down repeatedly. At that time, the king's interest was the trade in Western Africa, which to him took precedence over establishing any new trade route to India and Asia. After years of trying to produce funds in Portugal, Columbus left and moved to Spain with his brother. Columbus' brother Bartholomew and Columbus traveled to other countries to try and obtain the funding, but both returned to Spain with no results. Columbus was in Spain for 6 years before he finally received a royal proclamation from the king and queen of Spain. This occurred after Spain finally won their independence from the Moors after the fall of Granada, which ended 8 centuries of Muslim domination in the Iberian Peninsula. Now that Spain was at peace, they could now devote their energies to other ventures, and to finance Columbus' journey. Page 20. It appears to me that the people are indigenous and would be good servants. He said, before embarking on his voyage, Columbus started his log, a daily report of sightings, weather conditions, daily life on the ships, etc. His first entry describes the position of the king and queen of Spain and how Columbus acquired their grace for their new endeavor, whereas most Christian, high, excellent, and powerful princes, king and queens of Spain and of the islands of the sea, are sovereigns. Whereas most Christian, high, excellent, and powerful princes, remember that word princes. It said king and queen of Spain and of islands of the sea, our sovereigns. This present year 1492. After your highness had terminated the war with the Moors reigning in Europe. Your highness, as Catholic Christians and princes who love and promote the holy Christian faith, are enemies of the doctrine of Muhammad. And all idolatry and heresy, I didn't know that was in it, determined to send me, Christopher Columbus, to the above mentioned countries of India to see the said princes, people, and territories, and to learn their disposition and the proper method of converting them to our holy faith, and furthermore, directed that I should not proceed by land to the east, as is customary, but by a western route. It is interesting to note that there is no mention of obtaining gold or spice. And if one was just reading this to determine the purpose of the trip, you would have to conclude that it was to learn the temperament of the people and then to convert them to Christianity. See, now we realize what a Christian is. We was never Christians. Consequently, on the day of his arrival to the New World, he wrote in his logs, as I saw that they were very friendly to us and perceived that they could be much more easily converted to our holy faith by gentle means than by force, is upon his arrival to the New World, it was compulsory of Columbus to read a declaration which later became termed the requirimiento, or the requirement. The purpose of the requirement was to absolve all Spaniards of any responsibility for the depravity and horror of their actions wherever they set foot in the New World. That sounds like dumb diverses. So on October 11th, 1492, Columbus called his captains, and all his crew, to bear witness that he, before all others, took possessions, as in fact he did, of that island for the king and queen, his sovereigns, making all requisite declarations. One of the many requirements issued stated, in part, in the name of King Ferdinand and Joanna, his daughter, Queen of Castle, Leon, etc., conquerors of barbarian nations, we notify you the best we can that our Lord God, our eternal creator, created heaven and earth. So that's the great lie. They tried to even take our God, at least his name and his reputation, and give it to Satan. It says the late Pope. See, that's why he put it on my heart to tell you that image, his correct image, is part of your salvation. That's what we're doing. We're restoring his proper image. It says the late Pope gave these islands and mainland of the ocean and contents therein to the above mentioned king and queen, as is certified in writing. You may see the documents if you just so desire. Therefore, we request that you understand this text within a reasonable time and recognize the church and its high priest, the Pope, as rulers of the universe, and in their name, the king and queen as rulers of this land. Therefore, the true king and ruler of the universe made this false ruler of the universe bow down and tell his people by necessity who we are. That's why the war is about to start. Because the truth is out. Now they know they got to fight Christ. Therefore, we request that you understand this text within a reasonable time and recognize the church and its high priest, the Pope, as rulers of the universe. And in their name, see, that's the name of their God. But allegedly, he's no more. And in their name, the king and queen as rulers of this land. That's no more either. Allowing the righteous fathers to preach our holy faith to you. We found out who their righteous fathers are. Men who subjugated men of dark skin. See what portion told us that. Should you fail to comply or delay maliciously in doing so, we assure you that with the help of God, Satan, we shall use force against you, declaring war upon you from all sides. With all possible means, we shall enslave your persons, wives and sons, sell you or dispose of you as the king sees fit. We shall seize your possession and harm you as much as we can as disobedient and resisting vassals. And you still say God loves everybody and that he's going to even save them. Now, he ain't coming to save them. And we declare you guilty of resulting deaths and injuries, exempting their highness of such guilt. So they said all the people they killed, that's your fault. You should have listened. And we declare you guilty of resulting deaths and injuries. They still do that today, in some cases. When those people they call the police, a lot of times kill innocent people. And they say that you resisted, it's your fault. And they charge you with, or charge somebody that was with you of the crime. And we declare you guilty of resulting deaths and injuries, exempting their highness of such guilt, as well as ourselves and the gentlemen who accompany us, and the Gentiles who accompanied us. After Columbus' initial statement that the people he encountered were friendly, he proceeds to say, "It appears to me that the people are indigenous and would be good servants, slaves." And 3 days later states, "When your highness ordered it, all can be taken and carried to castle or held captives on the islands itself because of the 50 men, all can be subjugated and made to do everything which is desired." And it should now be obvious that Columbus' plans were not only to convert the inhabitants of Christianity, but to also enslave them. It must have been something important that was written here that would probably be more incriminating. But you see what they did? They whited it out. So I couldn't read. I didn't do that. This is how it came when I got it. I didn't read. I never read this book before, so I know it was there like that. But I'm just telling you why I don't read that part in case somebody else got it that's already still there. Must be something there that they didn't want you to see. It says during. They white that part out. Let me see. I see voyage, doing voyage. Not well, I can't read. It's whited out. Showing the Indians with Columbus and them coming. It says to incite the native people of the islands, offering tokens and gifts, all the meanwhile planning to enslave them and convert them to Christianity. He informed his crew not to barter with the inhabitants, so that when your highness send another expedition to these parts, it may meet with a friendly reception. However, immediately after he arrived at the islands, Columbus took a number of the natives by force and kept them on the ship. These natives became basically tour guides for Columbus, directing him around the various islands in his quest to find gold and to determine the disposition of the inhabitants. On subsequent trips around the islands, Columbus detained more of the native people. On one trip, 5 youth came on board when I, Columbus, ordered to be detained in order to have them with me. He then sent ashore to one of the houses and took 7 women and 3 children. He says he did this that the Indians he already had in his custody might tolerate their captivity better with their company. His detainees, however, had no clue of what was to come. They probably thought that they were tour guides, as Columbus stated on one of his later voyages around the islands, that they were already suspicious because he did not shape a course back towards their country. As Columbus ventured around the islands, observing the inhabitants and their behaviors, so they always watching him, he continued to express his thoughts. He said, "You should know them by their fruit. They don't ever change. They keep on doing the same thing." As Columbus ventured around the islands, observing the inhabitants of their behaviors, he continued to express his thoughts about enslaving them, while he wrote that they were very gentle, the best people in the world, friendly, and so timid that 1,000 would not stand before 3 of our men. He also expressed what his plans were for them on his return trip, writing in his logs, well, that ain't changed today either. Most quote-unquote Negroes, except for a few, still won't stand against a few. He also expressed that with his plans were for them to, on his return trip, writing in his log several times in various ways, they are good to be ordered about, to work and sow and to do all that may be necessary. I'm not here to have nobody insult my intelligence. So whatever somebody put in the comment section, that's on you. I already know you my enemy. I don't treat you like you my friend. I told you my job is to teach the people who want to be taught. And if you're not here for that purpose, fuck you. You get that, Mr. Man? In the words of Richard Pryor, which way is up? And I mean that with all due respect. Fuck you. I ain't here to try to threaten you or nothing like that, but don't come here on my channel playing with me. Boy, you get that? He also expressed that his plans were for them on his return trip, writing his logs several times in various ways. They are good to be ordered about, to work and sow and to do all that may be necessary, and to build towns. They should be taught to go about clothed and to adopt our customs. Before his departure from the islands, he even referred to the Native Americans as now subjects of the king of the castle of Castile. It is believed that when Columbus returned to Spain from his first venture, he detained approximately 25 Native Americans. Upon his arrival in Spain, Columbus dressed these Native Americans in their finest indigenous attire, exclusive of many gold trinkets, along with various indigenous plants and animals from the Americas, and paraded and displayed them in order to convey an idea of the importance of the wealth of the newly discovered country. It is said that the originally, to us, originally, gold and stuff to us was just basically what we do today, really. But today, because of how we think, according to them, it's a value and things like that. But back then, it was just adornment. Part of the stuff we wear. And today, we still do it, but that's for a different reason. But that's stuff we did back then. And paraded and displayed them in order to convey an idea of the importance of the wealth of the newly discovered country. It is said that the original intentions of Columbus for these detainees to learn the language and custom of Spain and return them back home to the islands. No one knows how many of these Native Americans were aboard the ships on the second voyage. However, it is mentioned that 2 were returned to the islands, where one, immediately upon arriving, escaped into the interior of the island, while the accounts of the people of the islands intentionally were of timid, gentle, friendly people. Columbus' description on his return trip changed dramatically, as if he now needed to have in writing that the people needed him and needed to be civilized. That's how the 5 civilized tribes came to be before they start interjecting the 5 dialogue version? Oh. It also appears that from this point forward in history, that the indigenous people of the Americas are spoken about in a negative fashion. This seems to begin when Columbus returns to the island on his second voyage and cannot find the settlement of his crew he left behind. Towards the end of Columbus' first voyage, one of his ships, the Santa Maria, ran around and was not able to be fully repaired. Columbus and his crew, along with the inhabitants of Marine, that section of the island used the savage remains of Santa Maria to build a settlement for the crew members who had to be left behind when Columbus made his. Let me give this word right here. This is a what's the word I'm looking for? Discretion is advised, and also full disclosure. I'm not a violent man at all. No violence, none of that stuff is in my mind, in my heart. But when you come to play against my intelligence, and that's what most of this stuff is, even the stuff you put on my television set, my YouTube, all that stuff is just for me. I know that, but since I'm in this situation, that's all I got to watch. So I'm not stupid. But even in the midst of me telling the truth, you ain't gonna insult my intelligence. So that's why I say, fuck you. And I mean that with all kindness and respect. Let me carry on. All right, let's see where I. Columbus and his crew, along with the inhabitants of Marion, that section of the island, used the savage remains of the Santa Maria to build a settlement for the crew members who had to be left behind when Columbus made his return trip to Spain. Let me tell you, Israelites, something. Your steps are ordered by our Creator. That's why it says the cowardly and unbelieving shall have no part of him. Don't you know whatever's going to happen to you, going to happen to you anyway? You might as well just tell the truth. That's part of your mission. By you telling some of it and then the rest of it, I don't want to say too much. I don't want to say too much. Say all much. Because nothing going to happen to you if the Most High don't want it to happen to you. And the Most High wants it to happen to you. By not saying too much, ain't going to save you. And because that's what I really believe, that's why I full-heartedly say, fuck you. You get that, Mr. Man? And the one of y'all that's really nice, y'all my wigger, boy. Y'all really are. Y'all my wigger. I ain't got no niggas. My wigger. And my nigga. Columbus and his crew, along with the inhabitants of Marion, that section of the island, used the salvage remains of Santa Maria to build a settlement for the crew members who had to be left behind when Columbus made his return trip to Spain. The indigenous inhabitants, under the leadership of their principal chief, the wisdom of their the indigenous inhabitants, under the leadership of their principal chief, Guacangari, not only helped with building of this settlement, which Columbus named La Navidad, Feliz Navidad. That's what, no disrespect, that's what's popping in my head. Settlement which Columbus named La Navidad. They helped to provide provisions, as many as the inhabitants of the islands did for their visitors. I hope y'all don't mind if this turns out to be even maybe 3 or 4 videos, because I'm gonna finish. My desire is to finish all this that the Most High put on my heart. So I hope you don't mind if it takes that long. This information is even for the remnant of Esau called by the Most High's name. You need to know this too. Y'all are the ones I call my wickeds. What's up, my wicked? My wicked and my nigga. What's happening? So if I'm riding my bike down the street and I just happen to, my mouth is, man, so I just say stuff. Don't be offended if I see one of y'all. What's up, my wicked? Just don't call me nigga, though. Call me niggas. The indigenous inhabitants, under the leadership of their principal chief, Guacanagare, not only helped with the building of this settlement, which Columbus named La Navidad, they helped to provide provisions, as many as the inhabitants of the islands did for their visitors. When Columbus returned on his second voyage, he found La Navidad in complete ruins. At first, it was feared that there had been treachery on that part of Guacanagare. This is basically the story that they tell about the story of Columbus. That movie. It was a pretty interesting movie, though. In whom the Admiral Columbus had reposed confidence and friendship. But the accounts given by the natives tended to dispel this fear and to convince that the Spaniards that the colonists had perished from other causes. Some of them, it was said, had died of sickness. Some had fallen in quarrels among themselves. And some, having gone to other parts of the island, had taken Indian wives and adopted the customs of the natives. The Spaniards were still not convinced that the native people were not responsible for the destruction of the encampment. However, after some, ain't that about a witch? You done came over and did all this stuff in our lands. And you got the audacity to be offended that something happened to some of your people. And they tell you the truth that they didn't have nothing to do with it. But because of your treacherous heart, you can't believe that to be the truth. The Spaniards were still not convinced that the native people were not responsible for the destruction of the encampment. However, after some exploration, they found out that the tribal village of Guacanagare, forgive me, Elder, if I messed your name up, also shared in the disaster that had befallen settlement. It says the indigenous people at La Navidad.
You're on.
I spoke to you earlier, babe. How you doing? While it is recorded that the destruction of the settlement was at the hands of some native inhabitants, what is not readily available is the evidence of the behavior of the Spaniards who were left behind that led to the destruction. So while it is recorded, it's page 28. While it's recorded that the destruction of the settlement was at the hands of some native inhabitants, what is not readily available is the evidence that the behavior of the Spaniards who were left behind that led to destruction. Whereas it is true that some of the Spaniards died of natural causes, and some retreated inland with native wives. What is usually omitted is the outrageous conduct of the men of Columbus left behind. The men who were recruited from Spain let me tell you something else, man. This is really the truth. See, my daughter ain't as bad as, they try to make her seem. Because really, the powers that be, they have already set up, based on my knowledge that the Most High has given. He's already caused them to take care of me. That's why she always coming through with new food and stuff all the time. And then she try to make me feel, not her, but them, they try to make me feel like if I eat it, then they're going to have some kind of power over me. No, that's just them providing me with food. That's just them playing the games they play with your mom. But I already know these things. But since I got to be here, all right, let me continue. I'm going to tell you the truth. No, Athaniah and Athania, that's really me. But I don't really want to talk about myself. Hi, baby. I'm just playing. Don't give me don't pay me no mind. Hey, baby, I'm making this video, so give me a little respect.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, you gonna disrespect me like that, baby?
Dad, I'm on the phone.
And I'm making a video, and you saw me making a video. I'm not
see you making a video.
I'm not gonna argue with you because that's how you trying to trigger me for them.
Oh my gosh.
Why? Because I'm making a video. I don't read out loud and talk to myself. See, that's how they do. She's trying to throw me off. I'm reading from a book called Revealing America's Dark-Skinned Past, Volume 2, The Columbian Era. See, I basically called their bluff, and I basically exposed them. So in order for her to continue to carry this on, she got to make it seem like what I'm saying is not the truth. It's the truth what I'm saying. Because nobody want to be around nobody that they don't really want to be around. Especially if you got choices. But since I got to continue, you say I don't play the games, but since people want to play games around me, I'll just continue to do what I do, tell you the truth. And I love my daughter dearly. I love all my children equally. Grandchildren too. Page 28 at the bottom. While it's recorded that the destruction of the settlement was at the hands of some native inhabitants, what is not readily available is the evidence of the behavior of the Spaniards who were left behind that led to the destruction. Whereas it is true that some of the Spaniards died of natural causes and some retreated inland with native wives. What is usually omitted is the outrageous conduct of the men Columbus left behind. The men who were recruited from Spain. Remember that word recruited? From Spain. To be the crew for the first voyage were not exactly what would be described as your upstanding citizens. Because of the difficulty Columbus had in recruiting the crew for his initial voyage, the king and queen of Spain made a proclamation. Every person that became a member of Columbus' crew was to be exempt from all hindrance or commodity either. See, I'm not a Moor. I'm not a part of Columbus' crew, but I am exempt. I'm exempted by the law, the true law of Israel. That every person that became a member of Columbus' crew was to be exempt from all hindrance and incommodity, either in their persons or goods, and that they were privileged from arrest or detention on account of any offense or crime which may have been committed by them. And during the time they may be on the voyage, for 2 months after their return to their homes, this enticed all sorts of undesirable personnel to be lured as crew members on this perilous voyage. The crew often described, so all praise to the Most High. And also all praise to the Most High, as I'm going to say. A lot of times, because of the people come on here trying to insult my intelligence, whether they be my wigger or my nigga, that's going. I'm just going to share the word. I'm going to ignore the chat. So if anybody that want to come and show out on the chat, I'm not going to even pay attention. I'm just going to do my job and leave. The crew often described as being of a refuge for runaway criminals and debtors. So that's why they want to make you they nigga. That's my nigga. That's my African American. That's my Moor. Because as a Moor, you can be among their crew members. But everything else, that's my nigga. Dad, you promised that nigga to me, baby girl. I'm gonna get you another nigga. I'm gonna get you a nigga better than that last nigga. Thanks, Dad. For after all, that is my nigga. The crew often described as being a refuge for runaway criminals and debtors. Included 4 men condemned to death, 1 for murder and 3 for trying to free him from prison. Columbus even later confessed that the men recruited did not deserve water from God or man. These criminals would not only be absolved of all previous crimes they committed, they would be pardoned of any crimes committed in the New World. Columbus' entire crew knew there would be no repercussion of any kind of wrongdoings that they may commit during the entire voyage, or any they may commit against the native people. Pardoning this type of behavior was not out of the norm for explorers. For it was the opinion of the church at that time that all barbarous and infidel nations, they still talking about dumb diverse, who shut their ears to the truths of Christianity, were fair objects of rapine, captivity, and slavery. Since the Native Americans did not practice, they try to play games with the term Native Americans, but they already told you that the true Native Americans were the Aboriginal indigenous people here called Negroes. So even when they gave confessions by necessity, they interchanged that term Native American, but they also always told you for over 150 years ago. Now you know what they're talking about, the so-called Negro. So whether they call you Native American, Aboriginal, Indigenous, it's all the same. Still talking about you, the real niggas. Since the Native Americans did not practice Christianity, even though it was known that they were a spiritual people, everybody knew that. They were ill-treated. And Spaniards were basically given permission to, as previously stated, sell or dispose the people, seize the possessions, and harm them as being disobedient. Columbus even wrote in his logs that the native people believe and know that there is a God in heaven. However, this could not save them from the carnage that was soon to befall these unsuspected people. That's because that was the will of the Creator from heaven. That's why he said, that was your price to pay. That's why he gave us this scripture. Lamentations 4:21 and 22 through 22. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom. What they rejoicing and being glad over? How you treated my people? No. Go on, keep on mocking that. No. Be glad about it. That dwelleth in the land of others. The cup also shall pass through unto thee. Thou shalt be drunken and shalt make thyself naked. The punishment of thine iniquity is but accomplished, O daughter of Zion. You will no more carry thee away into captivity. He will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins now. We're reading about it. Even if you do got Moors with you. From Africa. While Columbus' first trip was one of discovery and exploration, it appears that the subsequent voyages. See, I'm gonna stop talking to the chat. We got some righteous brothers and sisters on the chat, but there's too many infiltrators that come in acting as us, trying to insult my intelligence. I won't have that. That's something I can control. So I just choose to tell the truth and ignore the chat. So if you still want to praise the Most High, not me, but praise the Most High in the chat, you're welcome to. Matter of fact, I encourage you. The rest of you, fuck you. Let that insult your intelligence. But I said in love, though, my wig and my nigga. But you niggas, all praises to the Most High. While Columbus' first trip was on one of discovery and exploration, it appears that the subsequent voyages were for the discovery of gold and exploitation of the indigenous inhabitants of the island. Now that Columbus was a Spanish noble and admiral of the seas, titles he received from King and Queen of Spain, he was able to gather 1,500 people crowded into 17 vessels for the second journey. The first voyage had approximately 90 individuals. The exaggeration of the gold and riches that could be found in what they believed to be Asia was enough to convince many seeking wealth and fortune to venture across the ocean. They showed a picture of Columbus and his crew. See, there's an old lady out there that I'll be walking. I got to think she really be trying to help me, man. I'm always thinking positive of people, man. You know, she probably be trying to help me. But if not, well, fuck you. Whereas the first trip's crew was mainly composed of criminals and men seeking to avoid their debts or incarceration, the crew that was recruited for the second voyage was of a higher class of people. These were men who could afford to pay their way. And they were men who were not used to manual labor. They believed they were embarking on an adventure where fortunes could be accumulated without much effort. They were, for the most part, young men of roving and adventurous dispositions with no homes or morals, who came on the expedition because it was believed that the Indies were composed entirely of gold. They had no intentions of working or making themselves useful. Even though these men came from a higher class in society, their moral values were essentially equivalent to those of the first group. Gold and riches were the main objective of these new crew members, and they would acquire these by any means necessary. After the arrival of the second voyage and discovering the destruction of La Navidad, Columbus went about finding a new location for his colony so he can continue his quest for gold. Following the establishment of the newest settlement called Isabella, the Spaniards went about their mission of finding gold, often leaving the farms they were cultivating unattended because the men knew nothing of farming and they did not accompany this trip to do manual labor. Combined the fact that the colonists could not find the gold in the large quantities that they were expecting, only with the labor that was expected of them. You have a recipe for turmoil. These outcomes led to the beginning of an oppressive treatment of the indigenous inhabitants of the islands, a policy that was continued unto the U.S. mainland. A policy that was continued unto the U.S. mainland and did not end for centuries. The tribute, page 32. After the arrival of the second voyage and the destruction of La Navidad, Columbus went about finding a new location for his colony so he can continue his quest for gold. Following the establishment man, I saw this lady from Esau on YouTube, and she said, fuck you in such a nice way. I'm gonna say the same thing. Fuck you. Because people like to say, like you say something nice to them, they feel better. After the arrival of the second voyage and discovering the destruction of La Navidad, Columbus went about finding a new location for his colony so he can continue his quest for gold. Following the establishment of the new settlement called Isabella, the Spaniards went about their mission of finding gold, often leaving the farms they were cultivating unattended because the men knew nothing of farming, and they did not accompany this trip to do manual labor. Combined the fact that the colonists could not find the gold in the large quantities that they were expecting, along with the labor that was expected of them. And you have a recipe for turmoil. These outcomes led to the beginning of an oppressive treatment of the indigenous inhabitants of the islands, a policy that was continued until the U.S. mainland and did not end for centuries. Still ain't ended. Columbus' main settlement in present-day Haiti and the Dominican Republic. One of the first demands of the native people took the form of a system that would augment the Spaniard gold stores and food supplies. Columbus assigned a tribute on the native population of the island, where it was expected that every Indian above 14 years old who was in the vicinity of the mines was required to pay every 3 months a little belly full of gold, and to take for it a brass or tin token, and to wear this about the neck as a receipt or evidence that payment had been made. All persons not living in the vicinity of mine were every 3 months to pay 25 pounds of cotton. See, my daughter be leaving me. See, they already know that I'm gonna eventually read these books and stuff. And somehow they some stuff they do know. Somehow they getting some kind of message. So my daughter be doing stuff like leaving. Even before I read this, she was leaving cotton balls on the floor of the bathroom and stuff like that. Page 34. Garnix, the principal chief of Mayu, which is the part of the island surrounding Isabella, who up until this time had been faithful to Columbus, tried to convince him to modify his order because he insisted that they did not know how to collect the gold, and the amount that he was requesting would be impossible for them to collect. Columbus did not realize that the gold that the native inhabitants had in their possession was nothing more than jewelry that had been crafted and passed down over many generations. Initially, Columbus refused the humble demands of the chief, but he soon realized that he had required amount of the gold could not be found. As time passed on, it was found that personal service was the only form of tax that could readily be enforced. And accordingly, more and more of the natives were driven into working the farms and mines in the Spanish settlements. The native inhabitants were not content with the work being forced upon them, and many began to flee to the mountains to avoid their deplorable existence. The native people who even tried at an attempt to force their unwanted visitors out of the islands, they noticed how dependent the Spaniards were on the provisions they produced. They destroyed crops and left the farms in waste, and retreated further inland into the mountains where they could hide and survive on the roots and herbs there. And they voluntarily endured hardships rather than submit to the treatment inflicted on them by the conquerors. The plan was successful for only a short time because the Spaniards still had their resources from home, but also because the islanders had to leave their own farms unattended. It was not long before the native people were suffering themselves. The plan also angered the Spaniards, who were now advancing into the mountains from town to town to pursue their fleeing workers. And they accomplished this with an unrelenting fury. Villages were burned to ashes. The feeble were mercilessly massacred. Shrieking victims were slashed down by the sabers of the Spaniards. They ripped open the bellies of the pregnant women, took out the tiny infants and cut them into pieces. Children were taken by their feet, and their heads were dashed against rocks. Hands were half cut off and lay dangling by flaps of skin. Ferocious dogs pursued the helpless victims and devoured those that they caught. That's a trip too. Sometimes I think the anger still lingers in the heart of the Most High, and from time to time he even strike down the dogs with them, with lightning. Others were hung and still others were burned alive. That's the same testimony that's in the testimony of faith in Hebrew. So others were cut asunder and burned alive. So others were hung and still others were burned alive, and the Spaniards wanted to display their dominance, inspire terror amongst the islanders, and frighten the entire island into submission. Destruction of the village by Spaniards. Bottom of page 36. The natives who survived these vicious attacks only found themselves in more despair by being corralled on the 5 ships that had recently returned from Spain. And they were held captive on these ships until they were to depart back to Spain. By the time the journey was ready to depart, 1,600 native inhabitants had been captured. 500 of the healthiest between the ages of 12 and 35 were selected to be carried to Spain to be sold there in the slave markets. The rest of the captors were distributed amongst the settlers. Well, I was hearing the Most High talk to me. This action was the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, a policy of utilizing the once entitled gentle and friendly native inhabitants who are now being described as savage, wild, and cruel, and using them as a commodity to obtain funds to finance building colonies in the newly discovered lands. Columbus was revising a plan of old to use in the island settlements. It was a plan that was very profitable for him when he was working for the Portuguese. This is a closer image of them capturing what they call a native. Isn't it quite ironic that a lot of your athletes now are growing their hair, looking more like they're natives? I wonder, is that a pure heart, or is that Esau telling them to do that to show the world who we are? He said this action was the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade, a policy of utilizing the once entitled gentle and friendly native inhabitants who are now being described as savage, wild, and cruel, using them as the commodity to obtain funds to finance building colonies in the newly discovered lands. Columbus was revising the plan of old to use in the island settlements. It was a plan that was very profitable for him when he was working for the Portuguese along the African coast to capture the natives, send them to Spain, and to sell them on the slave markets. Columbus estimated that as many slaves could be furnished as the Spanish market would demand. And from this species of traffic, a revenue of as much as 40 million maravedis, Spanish coin, might be derived. He even devised a plan where the colonies could furnish slaves to the ship captains and receive articles from Spain when the ship returned. The plan had all the cold-hearted brutality of a practiced slave dealer. Page 39. My intent is to read this book right here, and then I'm going to call it a day for the day. Most High say the same. I'll come with the next part on the mark. Page 39. No mercy was shown to age or sex. So now can you not see why there was no mercy promised to them? Esau. Except for the remnant called by the Most High's name that's going to be our servants and handmaids. It's among the persons who were being held for shipment to Spain was Cainabo, the principal chief of Maguana. He was accused by Chief Guacanagari of the destruction of La Navada. Cainabo was a very powerful and respected chief and was considered the Spaniards' most formidable enemy. He was angry that visitors had invaded the inland and built a fort in his dominion without his consent. Same complaint that our brothers Mormon and all of them had. He was also infuriated that the Spaniards had demanded a tribute from his people. Even more, he was incensed of the cruel and savage behavior of the colonizers, and he wanted them off the island. Cainabo, along with the other principal chiefs of the island, devised a plan to rid of the Spaniards from Hispaniola. Read that again. Cainabo, along with the other principal chiefs of the island, devised a plan to rid the Spaniards from Hispaniola. So that's letting you know that the Spaniards are not part of the original Hispaniola, because those are the Negroes. When the Spaniards received word of the plot through the Quaquanagari, the only chief who refused to be a part of the plot against the Spaniards, they concocted a plan to capture Cainabo. The Spaniards were hell-bent at bringing Chief Cainabo to justice for the destruction of La Navada. Ain't that something? You on this man's land, and you gonna get frustrated or hell-bent. He got a problem with the stuff you doing on his land. That's incredible. Quaquanari was the first chief on the island to ally with Columbus and become compliant to Columbus' demands when his village was destroyed along with La Navada. Columbus promised him protection from Cainabo for his loyalty. Cainabo allegedly destroyed the villages because the Spaniards, in Columbus' absence, committed numerous crimes against the native people. And he allegedly destroyed Guacanagari's village in response to his loyalty to the strangers. See, the real Gentile strangers are Esau. Here's a map. The Spaniards arranged a fake meeting with Cainabo and his villagers. He was presented with numerous gifts, among them some shiny handcuffs. Cainabo was fascinated with shiny objects, so he was immediately drawn to them. The Spaniards told him he should try them on, and Cainabo obliged. Once the handcuffs were secured, the Spaniards took custody of him and carried him back to their ships, where he was held captive until the ship sailed back to Spain. He, however, never made it to Spain. He died along the way. I'm quite sure. With Cainabo now out of the way, and Guacanagari under Columbus' thumb, Columbus was well on his way of regulating the entire island. Guaranis has now even submitted to the Spaniards, even offering his daughter to Columbus' brother. The chief who now stood the most in his way was Bohekio, that's how I pronounce it, chief of the most populous area of the island of Zaragua, or Jaguars. And his sister, Anaconia, wife of Caanova, who appeared to share equal responsibilities as a chief of Zaragoza. Upon Columbus' initial visit to Zaragoza, he was able to successfully negotiate a tribute from that section of the island. Jehoshaphat was actually surprised and relieved of Columbus' actions. He believed Columbus was going to capture him because of his alliance and personal relationship to Caanova. Jehoshaphat, who later died of natural causes, and Anaconia, who was described as one of the beautiful women on the island, and who took over as the primary chief, remained loyal to Columbus for years. But that as it may, by the early 1500s, because of the deplorable conditions that the people of the islands had to endure, it was believed that by the Spaniards that Anaconia and the people of Zaragoza were planning to conspire against him. Page 43. Under the leadership of Commander Ovando, who was put in charge while Columbus was in Spain, 300 soldiers put it like this, brother. I'm on the Lord's side, the law's side, the Most High. Whatever happens, I'm going to be honorable. And I am honorable. Whoa. I'm going to keep my dignity. Under the leadership of Commander Ovando, who was put in charge while Columbus was in Spain, 300 soldiers armed with guns, swords, and crossbows, and 70 horsemen in full armor with lances proceeded to Zaragoza under the pretense of collecting their tribute. Don't that sound like something that's going to happen right now? When they hired all these IRS agents with firearms. What's you know if IRS agents carrying firearms? And it's already known that they're not even a real agency. They're a collection agency that has no authority on the land. They're not even real. By their own acknowledgments. This is under the leadership of Commander Ovanda, who was put in charge while Columbus was in Spain. 300 soldiers armed with guns, swords, and crossbows, and 70 horsemen in full armor with lances proceeded to Zaragoza under the pretense of collecting their tribute. And Anaconia, upon hearing that Ovanda was on his way, summoned her chiefs and subjects to welcome the Spaniards with the dignity and grace she always exhibited. She entertained them for several days, accommodated them in her best houses, and provided them the best that was in her best houses, and provided them the best that was available to be bestowed upon them. Still believing that Anaconia was planning a plot against him, Ovando conceived the counter plot, which is his cue, was carried out with a vengeance. Ovando arranged to to entertain the people of Zarauga with the jousting skill of his soldiers. And Akona and her chief were assembled in the house where Ovanda was staying. We looked over the square where the show would take place while the rest of the people of Zaragua watched from a short distance. None of the chiefs nor the peoples of Zaragua were armed, for the entire visit of the Spaniards was received as a friendly visit. Once the horsemen were in place in the square, Ovanda gave the cue, house and where Anacona, the chief, golden flower, Anacona, the golden flower. And she was a fine sister too. Assemble was immediately surrounded. Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, they did it where you got to put together. That's what happened. The house where Anacona, the chief, and the house where Anacona and where the chiefs assembled. See, they gave you a little puzzle. You had to put it together. So once I saw what they did, I put it together for you. See how they did that? That's kind of clever. The house where Anacona and where the chiefs assembled was immediately surrounded. See that you got to be a real chief to be able to put that together. So you can't just see the average man. See, I'm messing with you, brothers. But see, the average man can't just read that and get that together. And that usually you would have to read it first and then figure it out and then present. See how I did that right on the fly? That means I'm a real niggas. Was immediately surrounded, not allowing anyone to escape. The chiefs were bound and tortured until the Spaniards received a confession from the chiefs that Anacona was plotting against them. Anacona was captured and taken away while the house where the chiefs were bound was set on fire. Man, there was a movie with Mel Gibson starred in it called The Patriots. That's their thing, man. They like setting people on fire. I was up early one morning watching this. No, not to glorify Mel Gibson and nothing like that, but that was a pretty. Mel Gibson made some tight movies, man. I got to tell you, man. I'm not giving Mel Gibson no glory, but he made some tight movies. I got to tell you. Anacona was captured and taken away while the house where the chiefs were bound. See, I'm not afraid to. See, I am who I am. I'm a real niggas. I don't have to jump hoops because I think these part of my people might think bad of me if I say this. That's why I am who I am. And that's why you are who you are. I don't have to do that. I can really give you my true thoughts and opinions. Just because a whole 10,000 people say this is the way it is. Not with me. It is how I think it is according to the word of God. That's how it is with me. And if I see a movie I like, I'll tell you. Yeah, man. Mel Gibson made some tight movies. Now, although he might be a racist, I'm talking about the actor. That's what they say he's a racist. I don't know him. So I ain't going to put that on him. But the movies that he made, especially the old ones that he made, it was tight. And of course, Esau gonna always put his spin on it, but I'm just trying to tell you. It says the chiefs were bound and tortured until the Spaniards received a confession from the chiefs that Anacona was plotting against them. Anacona was captured and taken away while the house where the chiefs were bound was set on fire. and all the chiefs, which is said to have been more than 80, perished in the flames. The inhabitants of Zaragoza were then pursued by the horsemen, trampling them under the hooves of the horses and stabbing them with the lances, swords, and spears of the Spaniards. No mercy was shown to age or sex. That's what the Most High said. He ain't gonna show you none. It was savage and an indiscriminate butchery. Several who escaped from the massacre fled in their canoes. They were persuaded and taken and condemned to slavery. And Acona was taken in chains to Saint Domingo, where a mock trial was given. And she was found guilty by the testimonies that were coerced and tortured from her chiefs. She was then hung in front of her survivors. You mean to tell me? Oh, okay. All right, then. This beautiful sister, you did that. Oh, all right, nigga. All right, Wicked. All right. Spanish pursuing the inhabitants of the islands. Love you, baby. Come give your daddy a hug. You ain't got to put it on. You ain't got no, come no. You gave me a hug yesterday, baby. No, don't be trying to play game. See, my daughter gave me a big hug yesterday because I was all caught up in the spirit. Now the Most High knew I felt I need some love, so he came and gave me some love. Then my daughter came and gave me some love. So I love my daughter. That's my baby. Well, she ain't my baby no more because she got a husband, but she's still my baby. Her memory is still celebrated today, 5 centuries after of her hanging. She is remembered not only as a leader of her people, she is known for the ballads, songs, and poetry she created. Ain't that the truth? An 18th century poet, Alfred Lord Tennyson, even wrote a poem about her, which he never published, giving various unconvincing reasons, but perhaps providing the real reason in an unguarded comment describing that black it bleeped it out, but I counted the words. See? So now I gotta put another clue together for you. That black bitch, Anaconia, and her cocoa shadowed coals of niggers, I cannot have her strolling about the land in this way. It is neither good for her reputation nor mine. Apparently. So you see, even the byword is gonna tell you who you are. He just called this Indian woman, this great woman, a black bitch. Apparently, writing a positive poem about a black person in the 1800s was taboo. But even more than that, it was revealed that the people of the islands were of a Negroid stock. Let's see what Webster said about this Negro stock. Bear with me for a couple of minutes because it's all right. It's popped up now. Let's see. Race. Webster 1828 dictionary. Race. Number one. The lineage of a family or continued series of descendants from a parent who is called the stock. A race is a series of descendants indefinitely. Thus, all mankind are called the race of Adam. So all men who are Negro come from Adam. He just said the stock, what they call Negro. The Israelites are of the race of Abraham and Jacob. The Ishmaelites are the race of Abraham and Ishmael. But the Israelites are the race of Abraham and Jacob. Thus we speak of a race of kings, a race of Closeph, a race of Charlemagne, a race of nobles, etc. Page 46. Apparently, writing a positive poem about a black person in the 1800s was taboo. But even more than that, it was revealed that the people of the islands were of a Negroid stock. By the early 1500s, the entire island was paying tribute to the Spaniards. And four of the five primary chiefs of the island were no longer alive. The last living chief, Katubanama of Higu, was the only thing that stood in the way of the total domination of the island. Despite the fact that the Katubanama was compliant with the tribute, constructed a peace treaty, allowed the Spaniards to construct a facility in his dominion. That's how they got the peace treaty in his dominion. Even exchanged names with one of the Spaniards, showing his propensity towards peace. The destructive behavior towards his people of the island continued. The inhabitants of Higu and the entire island over the years have become very cautious and distrustful of the Spaniards' behavior and presence on the island. When now unwelcome visitors had unjustifiably released a dog on the unsuspecting chief, resulting in the most brutal of deaths. The people retaliated by killing 8 Spaniards. This action caused a war to be ensued by the Spaniards, which sent native inhabitants scattering into the mountains for refuge. The women and children that were found in their hiding places were indiscriminately slaughtered. 600 or 700 people were imprisoned in a dwelling, and all were put to the sword. Those of the inhabitants who were spared were carried off as slaves. So now can you not see how Adam is Michael, and Michael stands for his people, the Ancient of Days? We got 2 big brothers looking over, waiting to put in work when the Father gives the word. Our big brother, as they say, Yahweh Shai, known as Yahweh, and our big brother, Michael, called Adam, waiting. This bring this more to relevance. Revelation 6 and 10. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O deliverer, holy and true, does thou now judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on the earth? He said the book of Isaiah will be of great worth to the Israelites who think they Gentiles. Now you're getting the truth. Isaiah 63 and 4. For the day of vengeance is in my heart. This is our Redeemer talking. For the day of vengeance is in my heart. The year of my redeemed is come. That's the good news. Page 47. The inhabitants of Higu and the entire island over the years have become very cautious and distrustful of the Spaniards' behavior and presence on the island. See, a lot of you ignorant Mexicans, don't get mad at me. I'm about to say something good about you. You're not Spaniards. Spaniards is Esau Edom. Some may be Spaniards, but the true indigenous, you're not Spaniards. The inhabitants of Higu and the entire island over the year have become very cautious and distrustful of the Spaniards' behavior and presence on the island. When now unwelcome visitors had unjustifiably released a dog on an unsuspecting chief, resulting in the most brutal of deaths. The people retaliated by killing 8 Spaniards. This action caused a war to be ensued by the Spaniards, which sent the native inhabitants scattering into the mountains for refuge. The women and children that were found in their hiding places were indiscriminately slaughtered. 600 or 700 people were imprisoned in a dwelling, and all were put to the sword. Those of the inhabitants who were spared were carried off as slaves. Realizing the prowess of the Spaniards and their ability to protect themselves against the weapons of Spaniards, and their inability to protect themselves against the weapons of Spaniards, a treaty was ensued, which was to protect the local people on the conditions of them cultivating a large tract of land and paying a great quantity of bread and tribute. When this treaty was broken by the Spaniards, another war supervened. He said they broke every treaty. Again, many natives fled to the mountains for refuge, and again, they were pursued relentlessly. When they were found, the Spaniards spared neither age nor sex. Even pregnant women and mothers with infants in their arms fell beneath their merciless swords. They wanted to instigate fear and terror throughout the islands. The Spaniards were now in active pursuit of Catabanama and his chiefs. They even took prisoner one of his distinguished elderly female chiefs, who was eventually hanged. Catabama fled to the small island of Saona, off the southern eastern coast of Higu, with his wife and children, hiding in the recess of the mountains. After a long pursuit, he was eventually captured, his wife and children escaping from their hideout. When hearing the news of Catabanama, it was then ordered for him to be publicly hanged, which was obliged. That's why the Bible tells you, giving you a hint, because you was known to be hung on a tree, on a cross, but our Messiah, who was hung on a tree, telling you who he is and who you are. Do you remember who you are? In the words of Cameria? His death was followed by the complete subjugation of his people. That sounds like you talking about Christ. And sealed the last struggle of the natives against their oppressors. And sealed the last struggle of the natives against their oppressors. The island was almost unpeopled of its original inhabitants, who the Americans, the Aboriginal or copper-colored people, but now occupied by the children of the Europeans. Webster said. And the island was almost unpeopled of its original inhabitants. And meek and mournful submission and mute despair settled upon the scanty remnant that survived. Page 49. They seemed to show up in the slave markets as Negroes. Over the course of Columbus' 4 journeys to the newly found territory, a once populous island that was rich with natural beauty and resources was now virtually depopulated. Some managed to escape by boats to the surrounding islands, and I'm sure because it is its close proximity to the mainland United States. Those inhabitants who remained were doomed to a life of deplorable slavery, where there was no escape or hope for the future. By the early 1500s, the demographics of the islands were changing. Most I say, it may not always appear the same, but let it be no doubt. I love you and you alone. Let's paraphrase. That's in the book of Remembrance. For you were made in both my image and my likeness, both spiritually and physically. And the needs for the slaves were increasing. And the need for the slaves were increasing, in part because of the depopulation of Hispaniola, but also because of the Europeans were venturing to other parts of the Americas and setting up settlements. See, it's giving you testimony that this Mexican nation is the Negro nation, and the Negro nation is the Mexican nation. It's the Europeans who came in and did these things, called the Spaniards. In part because of the depopulation of Hispaniola, but also because the Europeans were venturing into other parts of the Americas and setting up settlements. $5 versions. The workers for these settlements became the indigenous people. And over time, slaves raiding, kidnapping became the standard to obtain these workers. After 1510, Spanish slave raidings reached out increasingly towards the outer islands of the Caribbean and the adjacent mainlands. Much of the raiding was designed to meet the labor needs of Haiti, where the native population was being greatly reduced. But numerous Spanish expeditions captured Native Americans who were taken to Spain. By the 1520s, slave raiding in Florida and the Carolina coast area was common also. Dark-skinned people of the Americas. In any case, between the years 1492 and 1501, at least 3,000 Native Americans were known to be shipped to Europe, with the likely total being possible double that. Most were sent to the Seville area, where they seemed to show up in the slave market as Negroes. But most people don't realize this Negro was a terminology that was used to describe the indigenous people of the Americas. Up until the 17th century, terminologies that were used to describe people were of a non-racial origin, because one's appearance as a means of identification and specification was more specific than that of a racial ideology. Anyone with a dark complexion, regardless of their country of origin, was called Negro. And along with the misnomer Indian, Negro was also used to define the indigenous people. We make a huge mistake when we apply 21st century sensibilities to terminologies that were created in the past. Because all the 21st century terminology was created by the Europeans to benefit them. There were many terms in many different languages that were utilized to define the people of color here in the United States. And many times these terms' meaning changed over time. Some terms like Pardo, Loro, Preto, Moreno, just to mention a few, were all terms used to define people of a dark complexion that have since become obsolete. Even the terminology brown is used to define people is not used in the same manner as it was used in the 1600s. In actual practice, English brown was originally a very dark color. Mulatto is another terminology which started out meaning the mixture of Native Americans and Africans, which eventually became a meaning of the mixture of whites and blacks. It is interesting to note here that the English terminology black became used in an all-encompassing way to describe all of the shades of people of color. What is also fascinating is how it has been concealed that the indigenous people of the Americas were once considered to be Negroes, that they were the first slaves utilized in the Americas, and their transportation to Spain began what was originally termed the African slave trade, but has since been properly named the transatlantic slave trade because they came from America, not Africa. Epilogue, page 54. It is imperative to comprehend that up until recent times, the history of the United States and America has been related to the public through European eyes, European standards, and European point of view. Your nakedness is now revealed, Esau. The cup is now turned to you. And as we read these stories, we must use caution, as these stories depict the changing attitude of a people of a darker complexion, and not necessarily an accurate depiction of actual events. We must comprehend that the changing attitude was a result of the greed of the Europeans and their desire for wealth and to gain and control the newly discovered lands, and their need of a servile population that would help to accomplish those goals. It is equally imperative to comprehend that this servile population, while being categorized as Negro, were not necessarily, and in many cases, did not arrive here on slave ships from Africa. The brown indigenous people of the Americas were not only the first slaves used here, but were also the first victims of what became the transatlantic slave trade. Lastly, it is imperative to comprehend that the 10 of the millions of Native Americans who disappeared after 1492 did not all die in the Holocaust afflicted in the Americas. That's the true Holocaust. Since they brought that up, I'm going to end this video once I get there with what they talked about the true Holocaust in the Who is Esau Edom book, since they brought it up. Lastly, it is imperative to comprehend that the tens of millions of Native Americans who disappeared after 1492 did not all die in the Holocaust afflicted in the Americas. Many thousands were sent to Europe and Africa, where the descendants still live. See, we didn't have to go back to Africa. They were sent to Africa and they still live there. If they coming to the Americas, it ain't like they coming to another place. They coming home. But more than that, those that disappeared did not disappear at all. They got absorbed into the slave population, got reclassified as African. And many of the descendants of those people are living today as African Americans. About the author. Renee Sanders is the co-founder of Indeed, Indigenous Education. enrichment and development. See, they the ones behind making me think I'm gang stalked to bring the best out of me. See, the Most High gave it all to me, man. The gig is up. Now, can I watch television and people? An indigenous nonprofit organization which focuses on educating people of the forgotten, omitted history of the people of color in what is now the United States. She received her formal education at Temple University in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where she received her bachelor's degree in music education. She also received her middle years certification in reading endorsement from the Atlantic Public Schools in Atlantic, Georgia. Educating people has been a lifetime passion of Renee, having spent over 30 years as a teacher in Philadelphia and Atlanta, where she has taught general music classes, band classes, instrumental music lessons, reading classes, language, art, tutoring classes, and health classes. She has also worked as a long-term elementary student teacher, substitute teacher, who was also a principal of a private day school. Prior to starting her teaching career, Renee spent several years working with children as a music coach and as a summer camp counselor, drawing on decades of her music teaching experience, where she focused on exposing her students to the evolution of music in America. Renee now focuses on educating people of the underexposed history of the people of color in the United States before and after the arrival of the Europeans. She, along with her son and co-founder of Indeed, Tavis Sanders, have created educational videos that are not only in Philadelphia, now I say to the Church of Philadelphia, and New York on cable television. It has also been viewed in over 195 countries on their YouTube channel. Renee is very optimistic that by bringing to light this previous neglected and overlooked information, that people will have a better picture of the past to use to make sense of the present and have the ability to create a better future for all. All right. Who is excited? I turned to this page, so maybe you want me to re-emphasize it. Page 71, who is excited? The colored race, Mexico, was forced to cede half of its territory, including California, Arizona, Texas, and New Mexico, into the hands of the white race. It says America, but actually the white race is the modern day Europeans. That's why the sealed portion tells us that those nations are going to become one in the end time, which is now, which going back to Europe. America is indigenous land. The United States is their corporation that was set up here as a part of a, what do they call it? We just got finished reading about it. A treaty. I also read that us, what they call Choctaw, made a treaty with them. We're the original Americans, also called the Mexican nations. And we're not more. We're not a more, other than if you say about a dark skin. It said, thus was fulfilled the promise to Jacob Israel. And they're going to throw themselves in. And 5 of you shall chase 100, and 100 of you shall put 10,000 to flight. And your enemy shall fall before you by the sword. This is what they switched it up to make it say they was talking about them. Leviticus 26:8. History is full of many instances where the colored races could not stand up against God's Israel people. Why? Because God has given them dominion over other people. They even acknowledge that they said that we got a dominion over all people and everything. But they switched it to mean them. But they ain't talking about that. From Adam to Seth, to Noah, to Abraham, to Jacob. The birthright includes the right to govern or to rule. While the Israel white nations, so now you know that it don't mean white people, it means righteousness. So I'll change it to what it really supposed to mean. While the Israel righteous nations were to have this right of dominion, it was conditional on Israel abiding by God's law. That's all we saying. You know, he ain't talking about you because y'all don't keep no God, you don't keep the Most High's laws, statutes, and commandments. If that race depart too far from God's law, then the law will cause you to be smitten before your enemies. They told you the truth right there, but they just tried to put themselves in it. This is about marriage. I just talking about marriage. That's what they say. Interracial marriage. I'm gonna read that for you. This is out of Esau Edom. You determine whether it's true or not for yourself, based on what you know about the word. I ain't saying it's true or not. I'm finna read to you. Page 109. It said Edom's revenge, interracial marriage. I'll start at page 108. During the Middle Ages, Jews were found guilty of ritual murder of Christians in England and Norwich in 1146, and at Lincoln in 1225, in France and at Blois in 1171, and of northern Italy in Trent in 1475. And the Jewish Encyclopedia lists 121 ritual murderer cases from 1146 to 1900, which were tried in courts. Many of the listings show convictions and the mode of which guilty Jews were executed. Page 25. The Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 3, 1903, page 266 and 267. From 1900 to 1930s, there have been about another 20 cases of ritual murders by Jews. Even to this day, there are reports of ritual murder of children by certain extremists. Hasidic, Orthodox Jewish sects. It says the Pharisees were originally identified with the Hasidim or the Hasidic sect of Judaism. The Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 9, 1905, page 661. Because this has not been a practice of Jewry as a whole, but of certain elite or secret sects of them, the practice has been shielded from public knowledge. Nearly all victims were eventually canonized. Interracial marriage. Another mode used to destroy the white race has been through interracial marriages. God prohibited the Israel people from intermarrying with other races. Deuteronomy 7:1-3. The subversive Jewish goal and strategy to destroy the white race by interracial marriage was revealed in a speech by Rabbi Emanuel Rabinovich, which was delivered before the Emergency Council of European Rabbis in Budapest, Hungary, January 12, 1952. Greetings, my children. That's what he said. You have been called here to recapitulate the principal steps of our new program, the goal for which we have striven so concertedly for 3,000 years, is that at last within our reach. And because its fulfillment is so apparent, it behooves us to increase our effort and our caution tenfold. Within 5 years, this program will achieve its objective, the Third War. So this program, this is what the Third World War, this was their objective, which will surpass in destruction all previous contests. This war will end for all time our struggle against the white race. We will openly reveal our identity with the races of Asia and Africa. We will openly reveal our identity with the races of Asia and Africa. I can state with assurance that the last regeneration of white children is now being born. Our control commissions will, in the interest of peace and wiping out interracial tensions, forbid whites to mate with whites. The white women must cohabit with members of the dark races, and the white men with black women. Thus, the white race will disappear. For mixing the dark with the white will be the end of the white man, and our most dangerous enemy will become only a memory. We Jews will embark upon an era of 10,000 years of peace and plenty and pax Judacia, and our race will rule undisputed over the earth. That's their plan. That was actually the Most High's plan, to make them do that. And then he's going to go visit them and plead for his people in Crimea. It all makes sense now. Our race will rule undisputed over the earth. Our superior intelligence will easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark peoples. It says from Mullen's New History of the Jews by Eustace Mullins, the International Institute of Jewish Studies, 1968, pages 147, 149. Well, even though that they thought that was their plan, it doesn't come to fruition now because they white women want the quote unquote black man. And they don't have babies by the black man. And so forth and so on. What they plot came to pass. Only thing they wasn't looking forward to the Most High having the last laugh. He said, I will make them who say they are Jews but are liars to bow down before you. See how he said he made them confess by necessity. They said they had to say all these things, whether they were the pure white man or as far as the race, the European, modern day. But he already told you that they're the same people. They've already intermixed, but among themselves. We read that earlier. Revelation 2:9. I know thy works. He called them Idumea, the world, Esau. I know thy works in tribulation, in poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. See, they worship Satan. All of them. Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I love thee. That's why I can firmly say that the scripture are true. Jacob I've loved, and Esau I've hated. Come on, man. Let me put up what I'm trying to put up. Stop trying to stop. All right, let me try to do it this way. Just revisiting. Come on now. All right. Come on, man. Stop playing. There you go. It says Valley of Jehoshaphat. Where is it at? In the Crimea. Crimea. And the Khazars, this is just something that popped up, Wikipedia. The Khazars were a semi-nomadic Turkic people that in the late 7th century AD established a major commercial empire covering the southeastern sections of modern European Russia, southern Ukraine, Crimea, and Kazakhstan. The Valley of Jehoshaphat in Crimea. Another precept to Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. Joel 3:2. See, they already told you they outsmarted the quote unquote European man who was part of their family to the modern day one to make them intermarriage with Jacob, the true Jacob, to produce darkies, as they would say. So these darkies will submit to their, because only other people that is cold-hearted as them is the European man out of Japhet's family. They hold their own family. So because these people are righteous and they peaceful and all that, they said we'll just rule over them like we always did. But the Most High said, okay, I'm gonna let you carry out that. And when you finish doing that, I'm gonna do this. Joel 3:2. That's where we at right now. The true thing that brought out World War III, that brought that out, because they said it started in 2014. And that had to do with acknowledging that who we are. But in Joel 3:2, it says, I will gather all nations, and I will bring them down into the valley of Jehoshaphat, the Crimea. And I will plead with them for my people and for my heritage, Israel, whom they have scattered among the nations and parted my land. It's going back to page 109, Edom's revenge. That's why Most High said, y'all all y'all gotta do is just out the way. I got it. The white woman must cohabit with members of the dark races, and the white men with black women. Thus, the white race will disappear. For mixing the dark with the white will be the end of the white man, and our most dangerous enemy will become only a memory. It says we Jews, Israelis, will embark upon an era of 10,000 years of peace. That ain't what scripture said. Christ coming to establish 1,000 years of peace. And after that, he's going to get rid of everything that's not like him. It said, we will embark on an era of 10,000 years of peace and plenty, the Pax Judaica, and our race will rule, undisputed over the earth. Our superior intelligence would easily enable us to retain mastery over a world of dark people. The destruction of Jacob Israel, the white race. So they know they was lying. They just couldn't tell you. They already told you so many times with everything, but they still, for those, that maybe that because their son will not see. So for those who cannot see, they told you that. The destruction of Jacob Israel, the white man, has been the goal of Esau Edom for the past 3,000 years, as indicated by Rabbi Rabinovich, whether killed in war or lured into a snare of interracial marriage. So that's the sealed portion I already told you, that you think I'm talking about Esau now, the quote unquote European man, the quote unquote white man. Told you in the sealed portion that you think you fighting a war. You've been raised up that way. That was their rule. That was their deceiving you. Your whole life is based on your service to them, thinking you're doing it for your country. You just fell into their snares, as well as the quote unquote black man. He said the destruction of, I'm just gonna say it like it is. The destruction of Esau, which is them too, the white race. But he's talking about the European version of it, the more European version of it, has been the goal of Esau Edom for the past 3,000 years. So they only want to be Esau, because they think the birthright belongs to them, but they don't want to share it with their counterparts, the other, as they say, pure white folks, pure white skinned folks. Because they're a little bit darker than the pure, true European white man. They don't want to share that title of Esau with them, no, or Edom. They want to rule the world. They want to rule Idumea. They don't know that Idumea is going to be destroyed. They don't believe that part. The destruction of the white man, I'll put it that way, quote unquote. The destruction of the white race has been the goal of Esau Edom for the past 3,000 years, as indicated by Rabbi Rabinovich, whether you get killed in war or lured into a snare of interracial marriage. So all of even in the NFL, the black man always married a white one, or vice versa. That's their plan. They already told you the Most High don't want you marrying them. So I said you weakened yourself, you didn't even know it. But because you did, I still got a plan. That's what the Most High said. And so whether killed in war or lured into the snare of interracial marriage, the lifeblood of the white man comes to an end. Note that the end of the white man is necessary in order for the Jewish race, the Israeli race, to rule over the earth or to gain complete dominion in it. The Israeli also recognized the existence of a struggle with the white race, a struggle which goes back not only to the time of Christ, but also to Genesis 25. Now they mixing up scripture again. If we look at the trend in movies and television, it is clear that interracial mixing in marriages are more and more being promoted. Israelis have dominated the motion picture industry from its very inception. Movies and TV shows which show interracial marriage in a favorable light are either written, directed, and produced by Israelis, says Jews. It was Marxist Jews who were behind the anti-white civil rights movement in America to break down the natural barrier between the white and colored races. It was the Jew Joel Springer who had founded and headed the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People in 1909. After his death, his son Arthur headed the NAACP until 1965. The vice president was another Jew, Rabbi Solomon. In 1965, another Jew, Kevi Kaplan, took over the organization. Two long-standing Jewish lawyers for NAACP were Andrew D. Weinberger and Jack Greenberg. It says at the bottom, when Weinberger and Greenberg had filled briefs of amenci curiae in the U.S. Supreme Court on behalf of the NAACP to strike down a Virginia statute which prohibited interracial marriages. In the case of Loving versus Virginia, 388 U.S. Two Jewish lawyers, Bernard S. Cohen and Philip J. Hirsch, argued the case for the appellants, the interracial couple. The Virginia law was held to violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. The Jews won. This is working contrary to biblical principle of segregation. The Jews are the ones promoting multiple racial immigration and multiculturalism. God has established the white race, as he did with Adam, the first white man, to be separated from other races and to have rule and authority in the earth, as has been the Jews' role as Esau, Edom, to destroy God's order of things by getting the white race to ignore the natural barrier of distinction between races. The Jew thus runs to the aid of and the support of the Negro and colored races to evaluate them while lowering the status of the white man with the legal, political, and social distinction between races eradicated. White can be more readily amalgamated into the colored races, as the Jew Israel Cohen once stated. What did they say about Cohen? This is his name, but it's coincidentally he says his name is Cohen. It says the true heirs to of the secrets, not created by man, but created by God, is Ephraim, heir to the throne. It's quite ironic this man's name is Israel Cohen, once stated. We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By propounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites, and we can mold them to program the Communist Party. In America, we will aim for subtle victory while inflaming the Negro minority against the whites. We will endeavor to instill the whites as guilt complex for their exploitation of the Negroes. We will aid the Negroes to raise in the prominence in every walk of life, in the profession and in the world of sports and entertainment. With this prestige, the Negro will be able to intermarry with the whites and begin to process, which will deliver America to our cause. At the bottom it says Israel Cohen, a racial program for the 20th century. 1912, also in the Congregation Record, volume 103, page 8559, June 7, 1957. It has been a tactic of the Jews to incite the colored races against whites. The Jews promote equality for blacks and other minorities, but deep down care nothing about their welfare. Their aim is equalizing of races, so that the dominion and sovereignty of the white race will be destroyed. Further, this miscegenation will eventually produce one mongrelized race, making the Jewish goal of a one world order possible, as Rabbi Abram L. Feinberg has stated. If anything, The law should encourage, not forbid, the intermarrying of bloods. But legalization cannot change the human heart. The only way we can accomplish that, the only way we can achieve a final solution of racial prejudice, is to create a melange of races so universal that no one can preen himself on his racial purity or practice the barbarism to safeguard it. The deliberate encouragement of interracial marriage is the only way to hasten this process. And it may be that time is showing short. The dominance of our world has begun to shift like cargo in a listening vessel from the white races to the colored. See, they told the truth right there. This is happening. Matter of fact, we've already been foretold by necessity that it has come back to the true Israel called by the Most High's name, Israel. The sooner we adjust this fact, the better it will be for our children. For we might acknowledge, even the most enlightened of us, that we will never completely eliminate racial prejudice until we eliminate separate races. The Jews, who are mongrels, desire the entire world to become mongrelized, especially the white race, through the practice of miscegenation. The Edomite Jew can both wreak their revenge upon Jacob, Israel, and attain their goal of domination. For such mongrelization, so he already told you that ideal of Mongoloids being the true Israel, being the true inhabitants who are indigenous, he said that's a lie, right? Because that's their goal. That's why they told you that the quote unquote right race was Mongols. For such mongrelization is as effective as a bullet in the destruction of the white race. Conclusion and comment. We could also expound upon other acts and means of revenge Edom is waging against God's people, the white race. Now, if you say God's plea with the white race, when you know who that really is, you're talking about us, the quote-unquote Negro. Much can be written of the Jewish control in the field of medicine and medical practices which are used to weaken and kill our people. The Jewish influence in education has wrapped the thinking of and retarded the captivity for higher thinking in young white people. The swarm of Jewish lawyers and Judaized lawyers have entangled the legal system with rules and laws that have forced people into bankruptcy and debt. In every field and walk of life, the Jew attacks and seems to destroy those who obviously possess the birthright, the white race. All of this activity and control remains rather concealed from the people due to the Jewish control over the media. As the Jewish author Alfred Lenithio has written, the most effective component of Jewish connection is probably that of the media control. It is well known that American public opinion motors have long been largely influenced by a handful of powerful newspapers, including New York Times, the Washington Post, and St. Louis Post-Dispatch, owned respectively by Sosenbergers, Myers, and Pulitzers, all Jewish families. Note at the bottom it says Alfred Lenithio, the Zionist Connection to 1978, pages 218 and 19. The media is now used to hide the birthright from his heirs. That's why that Pope, who they said was the God of their God, by necessity, stated that over 150 years ago that the true Americans, heirs of the birthright, were treated like cattle. They say, we note this. They said the media is now used to hide the birthright from its heirs. That's why their media won't say it. Other countries are coming out and talking about they're going to tell it. The Adamic birthright, we just found out who the Adamic birthright belongs to. who even Webster stated the Negro the Israelite, the Indian, all these terms, but the Israelite called by God's name, Ephraim in the Americas, Judah here too. Matter of fact, all the tribes basically is here. That the Most High want to be here. The Adamic birthright and the Abrahamic covenant were a blessing and a promise for the heirs of the Adamic race. Now, the truth let you know who that is, so I don't care what kind of fluff and lies they told throughout this book. They telling the truth. You just got to find the truth when they tell it. They told a lot of truth in this book. They just try to confuse you with terms and with people that's not you. They included a promise to be prosperous, rich in material wealth, to be a great nation, and that the heirs would have a right to dominion in the world. This blessing was bestowed upon Esau by birthright. But Esau sold that birthright to Jacob, and with it all its promises and blessings. It is thus out of jealousy and revenge that Esau desires to see the destruction of Jacob's blessings. His culture, civilization, government, industry, and relationship with God. Esau gave up a title to Adamic birthright, and now trying to reclaim it by deceiving the whole world into believing he is the chosen of God. It is a genetic function of the Jews' this is page 113. It is a genetic function of the Jews' existence to do the work of their ancestor Esau by destroying the white Adamic race. So he just gave you the real definition of the white Adamic race. He's talking about the Negro, whether he's meant to or not, but because we have the truth points to us. Over 400 million white people have been wiped off the face of the earth in the last 300 years by Jews. They are used by God to perform in the manner whether they like it or not, and whether they know it or not. They cannot change who and what they are while on stage anymore, and a leper can change his spots. Jeremiah 13:23. I'm trying to see how many pages I got till I get to that. Well, I might just read these three. The final act, page 114. And we turn to the final act in God's script. We find it has several interesting and startling scenes that are of profound importance for world events. Here we find the climax in the conflict between good and evil. This act tells us of the final completion of the kingdom of God. We already found out what the kingdom of God means. Rulership over your oppressor. This act tells of the kind of completion of the kingdom of God, the exposure of evil persons, the overcoming of troubles by God's people, the times of restitution of all things, the destruction of man-made worldly system known as Babylon. It is scenes of war and peace, of rejoicing and weeping and gnashing of teeth. The scenes and events in this act thus brings about a turning point in the way in which those in the world perceive things and live their lives. Here we also find a drastic change in the lives of Esau and Jacob, and then in the way in which the world perceives these two characters. Exit Esau, Edom. Other words, bye, Felicia. But they put it like this: exit Esau, Edom. In this final act of God's script for the world, we find appearing on the center stage the same two characters which first made their appearance in Genesis 25, that being Esau and Jacob. The end of the script reads, just as most would expect and hope, with the justice and happy ending. Here we find God's people, Israel, being delivered from the hand of their enemy, Esau, who ends up being destroyed. For the day of deliverer, or the day of the law, is near upon all the heathen. As you have done, it shall be done unto you. Your reward shall return upon your own head, but upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance. And there shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness. And the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble. And they shall kindle in them and devour them. And there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the law has spoken. What is being talked about in these verses is the elimination of Esau as a people. There should not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the deliverer has spoken. With this decree, God has signed and sealed Esau's death warrant. In this scene, the character Esau Edom makes his final exit off stage, which means he is forever eliminated from the world scene. See also Isaiah 34, 5-6. The book of Jubilees says that when Esau would gain dominion over Jacob, Esau would commit a sin unto death, and all thy seed shall be rooted out from under heaven. CHAP 26 and 35. That's in the book of Jubilees. Here then we have the extermination of an entire race or group of people, the Edomites. Today this is often called genocide because they tried to genocide us, still trying. But the Most High said this. So now that we have this information, you and Israel, come clean, man. Repent. And stop lying to the people, pretending that you somebody and you working for them. He said, all you to cling to him, you're going to go with him. Lamentations 3:22-21. Oh, okay. Well, I don't mind reading part 21-23 again. So I'll just add 21 back to it. Lamentations 3:21-23. Okay, 3. No, I meant 4, but I'm going to read that too. I just like reading. Lamentations 3:21-23. This I recall to my mind, therefore I have hope. It is of the Lord's mercy that we are not consumed, because his compassion fail not. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness. See, every day they trying to take you out, but it's by the new mercies of the Most High, who is faithful to his people, you are not consumed. Lamentation 41:22. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwelleth in the land of Uz. The cup also shall pass through unto thee. Thou shalt be drunken, and shalt make thyself naked. The punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity. He will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins. Back to page 115. This is the Who is Esau Edom? Written by Charles A. Wiseman. Page 115. He said, here then we have the extermination of an entire race, or a group of people, the Edomites. Today, this is often called genocide. The Bible actually prophesies the genocide of Esau Edom. Knowing this, that's why I told you that this was the only race of people that was promised no mercy, because they didn't show us none. And he told you that only the remnant is going to do what he told you to do what he said to do in order to even survive, to become our servants. They are to give back 4 times what they take and repent. That is repentance. And then come and learn of our ways, the Most High's ways. The Bible actually prophesies the genocide of Esau Edom. Knowing this, we must again put ourselves in the role of Esau to understand what is happening today. If your role called for your destruction, would you not want to change or circumvent that scene? Why is it that the Jew is running around trying to get laws passed internationally and nationally to prevent any act that can be construed as leading to or causing genocide? If your life was on the line, would you not be doing the same? The Jews have instigated and promulgated the genocide treaty, the genocide convention, the genocide laws, and even have invented the very word of meaning of genocide. In late November of 1945, a book was released titled Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, authored by a Polish Jew and lawyer by the name of Raphael Lemkin. In this book, Lemkin introduced a new word, genocide. Lemkin uttered with grim, hyperbolic judgment, the Nazis have destroyed whole nations, a crime for which the present writer has coined the word genocide, in analogy with homicide and fratricide. Genocide, by definition, was a group offensive against another group. It was, in its truest sense, an international crime, one race or nation against another. Raphael Lemkin's new crime, and his new word for it, genocide, achieved dizzying success. Less than a decade after he first fabricated it, enough states represented in the United Nations Organization, capital S, came to ratify the convention, which incorporated it as a new international crime. And most of them surrounded it with enabling legislation to make it the law of their lands as well. That's why I always talk about the law of the land. The Most High already showed you what the law of the land is. The law of the land is the law of the gospel. That's the real law of Christ. He said, but when incorporated it as a new international crime, and most of them surrounded it with enabling legislation to make it the law of their lands as well. And this was achieved by 1951, a bid, page 13. To show the world that this new crime of genocide is a potential threat, the Jews found it necessary to fabricate the monstrous lie of their Holocaust story, where 6 million of their, this is well, let me say this. Charles A. Wiseman, I looked him up. He's not a Negro, quote unquote. The Jews have established several groups and organizations. Oh, no, let me go back to the top. The middle, the third part of this page 116. To show the world that this new crime of genocide is a potential threat, the Jews found it necessary to fabricate the monstrous lie of their Holocaust story, where 6 million of their race were allegedly killed by Nazi Germany during World War II. What did that book that I showed right here? The Nazis, World War II. I'm tempted to pull it out and show you. Where Hitler said that these bastards, that's what he called them, have the jewels of God. He said that's going to cause World War III. This worked effectively to play on the sympathy of most people, especially when it is presented in a dramatic and emotional manner. The Jews have established several groups and organizations to spread their biased propaganda and to monitor acts they believe may threaten their existence, may threaten their extinction. One such group, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, dedicates its energies to Holocaust studies. He already told you what the true Holocaust was when I read this book. True Holocaust happened to the quote-unquote Negroes, called Indians. Española. It also tracks down Nazi war criminals worldwide so they can be tried and executed through their kangaroo court in Israeli or UN World Court. They thus are held up as example to anyone who would dare think of harming or plotting to kill Jews or declare war on them. In July 1933, the Jews declared a holy war, a war that must be waged unremittingly on Germany. New York Times, August 7, 1933, noted at the bottom. There's also Jewish Anti-Defamation League, which strives to institutionalize Holocaust instruction in the nation's schoolrooms. That's what Nick Cannon and them are going through, because they have sold out to them. They got them a stronghold on Nick Cannon and them. So they can't read stuff like this. They got to apologize for it. There is also the Jewish Anti-Defamation League, which strives to institutionalize Holocaust instruction in the nation's schoolrooms. In addition, ADL's Nazi War Criminals Task Force cooperates with government agencies here and abroad to bring these war criminals to justice. Noted at the bottom. From the Anti-Defamation League brochure on May 1991, written by Jack J. Jorofsky. Why is it no other group, nation, or race of people is as worried and concerned about the concept of genocide as the Jews are? Is because in God's script for the world, the Jews are scheduled to be exterminated. And that impending reality is why they are so paranoid about genocide. It would seem the Jews are fearful of receiving the retribution they know they deserve. As the Jew Karl Marx once stated, there can be no solution of the problem of the world without the destruction of the Jews and their religion, Judaism. Note at the bottom, Emmanuel M. Josephson, The Strange Death of Franklin D. Roosevelt. New York, Chetney Press, 1948, page 50. He's telling you about the secret wars that's going on. Secret wars is going on. He just read it. He just told you. They've been tried and executed in the UN World Court. They had one man on TV called the Secret Wars. Not TV, but internet. Page 118, Jacob as God's tool of vengeance. There's more to this story of Edom's demise revealed in the script that must be considered. And that is the means by which Edom is destroyed. It is Jacob that God will use to destroy and kill Esau Edom. In Obadiah's prophecy, it says that Jacob shall be a fire. Obadiah 18. This is not a purifying or refining fire, but a consuming and destroying fire. Told you. You don't unleash Judah. This fire will both kindle and devour the house of Esau, which is regarded as a stubble, a substance which can be easily burned up and destroyed like stubble. Esau's very nature is a catalytic that brings about his own destruction. So you are drunken and you've uncovered your own nakedness. Because through your own reporting, your own books, then now you can't take it back because knowledge has been increased. You revealed your own sin. The whole world knows it now. They knew it before, but they can't deny it now because you confessed to it. And by necessity, your God confessed to it. Before allegedly he was taken to that court that sealed his fate and revealed to Jacob who we are, that we are indeed the heirs of God's promises, our God, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. It is interesting that the Jews have chosen the word Holocaust, meaning the whole something which is burned. The whole house of Esau is described as being burned up. A true Holocaust is about to occur. Who wrote this book? Charles A. Wiseman. The Jews cried never again, in reference to the Holocaust story. But that fact is not yet happened. This destruction will happen to the Jews and at the hand of Israel, the white race, as verified by Ezekiel. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, I will also stretch out my hand upon Edom, and I will cut off man and beast from it. And I will make it desolate from Teman, and they of the Dan shall fall by the sword. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. And they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury. We just read that Christ himself said, it's in his heart to do this. Matter of fact, he said he coming back. He said his blood gonna be up to the bridle, and his garment dipped in blood. That's the book of Revelation. And I will lay my vengeance upon Edom by the hand of my people Israel. And they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury. And they shall know. Does that sound like he loved them to you? And I will, if I was them, man, and if you in doubt, he said, I will just give back 4 times to them what you know your ancestors took from it, even if you took it. And I would plead every day on my knees, please don't do this to me. Please let me be a remnant of Edom called by your name. Please. I'll take your slavery over being done this to me. I will lay my vengeance upon Edom and by the hand of my people Israel. And they shall do in Edom according to my anger and according to my fury. And they shall know my vengeance, says the delivering God. Here's another prophecy involving destruction of Edom at the hand of Israel. This prophecy from both Obadiah and Ezekiel was given at about the time of the Babylonian captivity of Jerusalem, 586 BC. This was about, well, I just read what it said. I ain't going to add to it. There thus is no period in the Bible history that these prophecies ever could have or did occur. What these prophecies revealed in is that Israel, the white race, the righteous race, will someday kill off the entire house family line of Esau, which includes the Edomite Jews. This presents the ultimate shock and horror to those of worldly mindset. But this is the one thing above all things that the world has been conditioned into believing must never happen. They even tell our false prophets in Israel, oh, most I love. And I ain't mentioning nobody. I'm just saying, you should know them by their fruit. If they not teaching the truth, they false prophets. God love everybody. He don't hate Esau. This is I would say right here. This ain't no Israelite. This is Charles A. Wiseman telling you the truth. What these prophecies reveal then, hey, once y'all look up Charles A. Wiseman and see who he is. Or who he was. I don't know if he's still alive or not. What these prophecies reveal then is that Israel, the white race, the righteous race, will someday kill off the entire house family line of Esau, which includes the Edomite Jews. This presents the ultimate shock and horror to those of the worldly mindset. For this is the one thing above all things that the world has been conditioned. Esau. Don't be talking about Esau. You got to talk about Esau. He's part of the end day prophecies. You can't go into for Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the beginning of the one which follows. You can never go into the one that follows unless you talk about Esau. Oh, that's what it's about. Don't talk about Esau, so there can't be no world that follows. Even the slightest infringement or harm of a Jew by a white person brings cries of persecution. But then we know that the probably not after the quote unquote European hear this, they probably won't be so loving of the Israeli. But they have a term called free white persons. Which did not include the Europeans. I will admit, I first heard about that from the Moors, and more recently through Cameria. But now I know who to tie that to for real. Even the slightest infringement or harm of a Jew by a white person brings cries of persecution, anti-Semitism, and remembrance of Jewish Holocaust. This is another case where the worldly perspective is opposite and contrary to what God has planned for Esau in the earth. Who wrote this? Charles A. White. So if you get mad, go get mad at Charles A. White. The story of the Holocaust was invented by Esau, the Jews, to give life and meaning to this worldly perspective of genocide. They try to say that genocide almost happened. White people, i.e. Germans, almost exterminated the Jews, and we must never allow such conditions to ever exist again, which could precipitate another Holocaust of Jews. This is what the world has been taught and believes. The Edomite Canaanite Jews. Most High said, marry not a Canaanite. The Edomite told you there were some people called Afrikaans, and there's some people called Afrikaans that works together that are not from the house of Israel. The Edomite Canaanite Jews have fabricated the 6 million Jewish Holocaust story to direct the world away from their inevitable prophetic fate. They are saying that this portion of God's script must never be acted out on stage. Popular thought and opinion finds the plans of God in this regard absolutely preposterous, because God does not recognize the right of the Jews to continue to exist. That's why they say they're their own Messiah. They create their own new world order. So they ain't got to listen to God. They say he never existed. So if they can think it, he never exists, then he don't exist. They know that's a lie. They know he coming. That's why they're setting up Space Force. I already said it. They wouldn't have set that up if they just had to contend with regular men. They could have left it on the ground. Left the war on the ground. Why you need to have a capability of fighting out in space? Who out there? And they know heaven is not out in space as we see it. It's actually a portal he gonna come through. And that's why they got it aimed at locations where he might pop out at. How do I know that? I saw how they travel. They're not out in space. Man was created in space. They're in, as they say, another dimension. They're come through, pop in and out. Most High live on another planet. Popular thought and opinion finds the plan of God in this regard absolutely repugnant, because God does not recognize the right of the Jews to continue to exist. Thus, no preacher or theologian would dare speak the truth regarding the Jews or the ways of God, and your preacher sure don't. Damn shame. He ain't no man of God. She ain't no man of God. They work for the devil. Same thing the seal portion told us. Yet God says that the day is coming in which there shall no longer be a Canaanite in the house of the deliverer of hosts. Zechariah 14:21. There is not one verse in the Bible that tells us the inherently wicked Edomite Canaanite people will be saved. Rather, they are to be exterminated. Who said that? Charles A. Wiseman. There's not one verse in the Bible that tells us the inherently wicked Edomite Canaanite people will be saved. Rather, they are to be exterminated. 15 times in the book of Psalms alone, God says he will destroy the wicked. Not once does he say they shall be accepted in his kingdom. The antichrists of this world are to be destroyed. And Jews are devoted antichrists, as indicated by their own fruits. The idea that God would sanction genocide should not be regarded as something new and unique. For God had commanded Israel to kill off and utterly destroy the 7 other nations or races that were in Canaan. Deuteronomy 7:1-2. This would have been a genocide of these 7 races had the Israelites carried out God's command. But like always, just like today, God don't hate nobody. Hey, I got your back. I heard one of my brothers that I listened to say that. Recognize himself as the last prophet said. I ain't saying nothing bad about him. I love the brother. I listen to him all the time. But he said that. I got the Gentiles back. I hope he meant the Israelite Gentile. But he said God loves all people. He's off in that. The idea that God would sanction genocide should not be regarded as something new and unique. For God had commanded Israel to kill off and utterly destroy the 7 other nations. That's why he said he's going to do it. I gave y'all a chance to give me what I meant by what this Bible is saying. The learned said, I cannot read it. The unlearned said, I cannot read it. Just move out the way. I'm going to do my own work. That's why he said his, as brothers say, fringes. His fringes is going to be dipped in blood up to the bridle, bro. I couldn't think about the other term he used, so I just used fringes because he did wear them. So I still didn't lie. The idea that God would sanction genocide should not be regarded as something new and unique, but for God had commanded Israel to kill off and to utterly destroy the 7 other nations or races which were in Canaan. Let me read that, see if it actually said that. What did he say? Deuteronomy 7, 1 through 2. Deuteronomy 7, 1 through 2. When the law of thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, and has cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Jershites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and 7 nations greater than and mightier than thou. And when the law of thy God shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor show mercy unto them. What he said? This would have been a genocide of these 7 races had the Israelites carried out God's command. The Edomites also find a parallel with the tares in the parable of the tares and the wheat. The tares were planted in the field, in the world, along with the wheat, and allowed to exist with them until the time of harvest. At harvest, the tares are gathered and burned in the fire. That's some Jake too, that's clinging to it. So shall it be the end of this world. Matthew 13 and 40. The tares are also revealed as the wicked, just as someday Edom shall be called the border of wickedness. Malachi 1 and 4. The Jews are running around like chickens with their heads cut off because some of them realize that the time of harvest is approaching. It was a cause of Jacob's trouble. Edom was a cause of Jacob's trouble. Troubles are called thorns. Most High already revealed that to me, and I showed it to you in Genesis. That's what we was talking about. Edom was a cause of Jacob's troubles. Troubles are called thorns. That's why Paul said he had a thorn in the flesh. Most High said, remove Esau from him. That's what Paul was saying. He said, my grace is sufficient. Same thing many people say today, remove Esau from him. My grace is sufficient. Until I come and buy Felicia, them. That's why I tell them, out of mercy, the ones that's called by the Most High's name, repent. Come and be taught by the Gentiles, you listening. By the Israelites, you listening. And give back 4 times what you taken or your forefathers has taken. And cry out to the Most High daily that he might have mercy. Because he said, I have mercy on who I have mercy, and who I won't. So I ain't promising you no mercy. But at least you got to at least give the effort to give back 4 times what you've taken and have a contrite and be really sorry with what you did and your forefathers did. Or bye, Felicia. Edom was a cause of Jacob's trouble. Troubles are called thorns as they prick, harass, and confine men. I hadn't even had read this part before, but the Most High already gave me that truth. Hosea 2:6, 2 Corinthians 12:7. That which produces thorns and briars is rejected, is near unto cursing, and whose end is to be burned up. Hebrews 6:7-8. The Edomite Jews have troubled, pricked, and harassed us generations after generation, and are thus denied to be totally burned up. There are many races which are now on the verge of extinction. Is the world concerned about any of these races being eliminated from the face of the earth? No, they are not. Its concern is concentrating on the Jew. This is the one people that the world believes must be protected and survive. Yet, it is the one race God has slated for destruction. Israeli. Edom and Babylon. Page 121. Esau, Edom is much like those commit blasphemy because they say they are Jews, Judeans, i.e. Israelites, and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan and do lie. Revelations 2:9 and 3:9. By this, Edom can be identified with the corrupt Babylonian beast system, which is full of names of blasphemy, and by its sorceries were all the nations deceived. Revelation 17 and 3, 18 and 23. Of course, none blaspheme Christ or lie and deceive all people more than the Edomite Jews. Edom's connection with Babylon started with Esau's desire to obtain the valuable garments of Nimrod, with which Nimrod prevailed over the whole land. Jasher 2 and 10. Oh, so that's why he killed Nimrod. Nimrod was the king of Babel or Babylon. Genesis 10:9-10. And his garments presented his ungodly rule. Matter of fact, he brought that back to Jacob's house before he asked for the red pottage. And his garment represented his ungodly rule. Nimrod is the prototype of rebellious people, his name being interpreted as he who made all people rebellious against God. At the bottom it says, see Martin Luther's books, The Jew and Their Lies. And then it says the Jewish Encyclopedia, volume 9, 1905, page 309. Nimrod was the son of Cush, whose names mean he whose words are dark. Esau had killed Nimrod and then fought a desperate fight with two. This is page 121. Esau had killed Nimrod and then fought a desperate fight with two of his aides and killed them also. He then took the valuable garments of Nimrod and fled from his men. Jasher 27:4-11. No wonder they told you not to read the book of Jasher and all these books. This exhausted Esau. And so when he came from the field, he was faint. This is when he sold his birthright to Jacob for a pottage, which is a fitting consequence of his action. When he killed Nimrod and took his garments, Esau assumed another birthright, that of Nimrod and his Babylonian rule, one which should not coexist with the Abrahamic birthright. Babylon became a symbol for all that is contrary to the will and ways of God. The Tower of Babel was a plan to elevate man above God, so as to have a universal rule over the world. The script of God reveals many interesting parallels between Red Edom and Red Beast system of Babylon. As indicated, they both have color identification of red. There are also similarities between their prophecies and judgments. These need to be examined for the sake of further identifying who and what Esau is. The following are some of these parallels: burned and destroyed by fire. In Obadiah 1:18, Esau is devoured by the flame of Jacob. Babylon also be utterly burned with fire. Revelation 18:8. Be overthrown like Sodom and Gomorrah. Both Edom, Jeremiah 49:18, and Babylon, Jeremiah 50:40, are to end in destruction, as in the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah. Habitations made desolate. Edom shall have his habitations made desolate by the least of the flock. Jeremiah 49:20. This exact same judgment is given for Babylon. Jeremiah 50:45. See, now it's breaking down more of the mystery Babylon. Dominion over and war against Israel. As shown, Edom was to gain dominion over and afflict Israel. The system of Babylon is to have dominion over God's people and to make war against them. Daniel 7:21-25, Revelation 12:17, Revelation 13:7, Revelation 17:6. Has a covert reign over the world, a covert reign over the world. The final stage of rule of Babylon is a mystery. Revelation 17:5. Edom is also exalted very high, which involves hidden things. Obadiah 1:3-6. Israel to destroy and be delivered from. Both Edom, Obadiah 1:16-18, and Babylon, Revelation 18:4, are what God's people need deliverance from. You go to church, they get you jumping around like a hotcake, talking about you got deliverance. And once again, I was once guilty of it. I should do it too. Israel to destroy and be delivered from. Both Edom, Obadiah 1:16-18, and Babylon, they ain't got nothing to do with true worship. David danced. Eve danced. Both Edom, see, he told you that he has the wisdom to give you the fake Holy Ghost. That's in the sealed portion. Both Edom, Obadiah 1:16-18, and Babylon, Revelation 18:4, are what God's people need deliverance from. This deliverance comes by God's people destroying its oppressor. That's what, remember that we found out that's what the kingdom of God is? Ruling over your oppression. Here's another witness. Daniel 7:26-27, Revelation 18:6. Who is today that is promoting the Babylonian system? Who is today that is promoting the Babylonian system? It is those whose religion and way of life is based on the Babylonian Talmud, the Jews. So your worship today in your churches, you worship it under the Talmud, not the Bible. Y'all Satan worship. Jacob's deliverance. Obadiah's prophecy of Jacob stated that his deliverance would be upon Mount Zion. Here was to be the main stranglehold that the anti-God forces of Red Babylon had upon Jacob. They already gave it back to him, man. They already made all his confessions. That's why he's coming back. That's why this last war, to give them the Pharaoh experience. Jeremiah spoke of that period of time as a time of travail and as the time of Jacob's trouble, from which he was promised to be saved and delivered. These are the words of prophecy concerning Israel and Judah. For thus says the law, I've heard a voice of trembling and of fear and of not of peace. Ask now and see whether a man does travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into Palanis. And all faces are turned to Palanis. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. For it shall come to pass in that day, says the law of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off their neck, and I will tear their bonds. and strangers shall no longer make them their slaves. Here again, we see that the yoke will be upon Jacob, the yoke of bondage and the servitude of another race, which is dominion over Jacob. When Esau broke the yoke of Jacob off his neck, he was to gain dominion and place a yoke upon Jacob. It is this yoke of Esau which God has promised to someday break off of Jacob's neck. They already broke it off. This first is in word, and then is in deed. That's why the Most High made them confess in word, where they say, we note for what we did to you over 150 years ago. God prophesied of Israel that he would break the bars of their yokes and deliver them from the hand of those who enslaved them. Ezekiel 34:27. The white peoples today are truly a slave to the Edomite Jews, who command and control the various areas of government, finance, and everyday living, which are essential to their liberties. Let us consider the word of the American patriot, Patrick Henry. The bottom says Jeremiah 35:8. Tell me, when did liberty ever exist when the word, the sword, and the purse were given up from the people? Unless a miracle shall interpose, no nation ever did, nor ever can retain its liberty after the loss of the sword and the purse. Unfortunately, nothing will preserve it, public liberty, but downright force. Whenever you give up that force, you are inevitably ruined. He who controls the sword and the purse in Zion, America, or any other white nation, every nation that has become a willing partner of the Jewish-controlled United Nations has surrendered its military to its edicts. Every nation that has its monetary system dependent on a centralized Jewish-controlled bank has surrendered its purse into the hands of the Jews. The people of those nations have lost their liberty and have the yoke of the Esau Edom upon them. It will be by a miracle of God that this yoke will be removed and the people delivered. A further revelation of the process and nature of Jacob's final deliverance from this enemy Esau is found in the Apocrypha of the Bible. Then answered I, said, what shall be parting asunder of the time, ages? Or when shall be the end of the first age and the beginning of the age that follows? And he, the deliverer, said unto me, from Abraham to Isaac, and from Jacob to Esau, were born of him. Jacob's hand held first, or from the beginning, the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world or age, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows. See 2 Ezra 6:7-10. This recalls to us the event of the birth of Esau and Jacob, and the significance of why Jacob held on to Esau's heel at their birth. Everything in Scripture has a meaning or a purpose. The heel represents the end, and the hand the beginning of man. Esau's time was to have an end, which would mark the beginning of the time of Jacob. Thus, Jacob's deliverance from the oppression and servitude of Esau can only become about by the end of Esau or his elimination from the world. How did they first eliminate us? Was it by first totally just doing what they will? Or did they have to make up things and ruin our name? The same way. It's first by word and then by deed. For it must be first spiritual and then physical. Same way they destroyed us by word, their word, lying words. The Most High has caused them by necessity to tell the truth and restore our name to us by knowledge, whether they say it where you can understand, or they say it in parables that only the elect can know. The rest of the world already know this. Once you hear it in parables, which is now in word, now you restore spiritually. It's only a matter of time before the physical happens. That's why we're free. That's what this war is about. The end is here. They already know it. It's a significant aspect of Jacob's bondage is that the people cannot discern between what is evil and what is not. Our people were once concerned about the corrupting influence of the Antichrist Jew in society, but now their lack of concern has brought about Jewish dominion in the land. They're comfortable being slaves. When they are kings. That's why the Most High said there's only a remnant that deserve to be kings and priests. And the rest were blinded. The elect have achieved it, but the rest were blinded. Been in that back down all the way. Jewish Talmudism owes its existence today to the indifference with which it is regarded. The Jew is prejudiced against the Bible, doing what he can to destroy public honor of the book. The International Jew, Dearborn Published, 1921, Volume 3, page 16. Noted at the bottom. The Christians do not see the Jews as the Antichrist. They are, but rather as Bible followers and God-chosen people. This condition will change with Jacob's deliverance. That's why they're having a fit right now, because this truth is coming forth, and the Most High sends out his anointed ones into the internet, getting around the world. This is the true gospel. Now it's reaching the world. So you cannot return until the whole world has heard the gospel. So they weren't hearing the gospel when the Christians was preaching. They was hearing what the Jews wanted them to hear, the Israelis. But now what you're hearing is the word of God. The Christians do not see the Jews as the Antichrist. They are, but rather as Bible followers and God-chosen people. This condition will change with Jacob's deliverance. Condition is changing now. Every time you turn around, you got a Christian. And, well, all Christians, they're not Israel. All Israel ain't Israel. So you got them clinging to them, and they all in the cahoots trying to discredit this truth. So you again distinguish between the righteous and the wicked, between the one who serves God and one who does not serve. And that's what I told you earlier. You ain't got to point out no brothers or sisters in what we call say they're in the truth. Their message will point them out. The message they preach will point them out. You ain't got to call them out. It should go without saying that if the white Christian people all knew that the Jew is the wicked one. I already told you that they try to confuse you with their terminology, but you know who we are, and we know who they are. So they can't confuse you. And it should go without saying that if the white Christian people, we call them Catholics, all knew that the Jew is the wicked one, but he already told you, even in this book earlier, that the quote-unquote white Europeans and the quote-unquote Jews are all Japheth. They're all Edom. That's why they can pretend to be somebody else in the war. Oh, this country against that country. No, they're all preparing to fight Christ. It should go without saying that if the white Christian people all knew that the Jew is the wicked one, is not an Israelite, and does not serve God will be the end of the Jew. And Christians will be delivered from the Jews' corrupted influence and yoke of bondage. They then would do exactly as is foretold in the next verses of Malachi. Behold, the day comes that shall burn as an oven. All the proud and all that do wickedly shall be stubborn. And the day that comes shall burn them up, says the Lord of hosts. They shall leave them neither root nor branch. He even says that in the book of Remembrance of Melchizedek. But it points out who the enemies are, the Romans and Japheth. That's the same house. That's who these people are, the same house. Esau, Edom, Idumea. And you shall tread down the wicked, for they shall be ashes under the soles of your feet. In the day that I shall do this, says the Lord of hosts. See Malachi 4:1 and Malachi 4:3. Also Micah 4:13. This is again a promise of the destruction of the wicked by fire and burning at the hand of Israel. Note that the wicked, which is to be burned, is regarded as stubble, just as Esau was in Obadiah 18. The doctrine of universal salvation is obviously not a biblical doctrine, since there is no hope, redemption, or salvation for Esau Edom, only complete destruction. So even if this man can see that, how can not a high priest in Israel see that? Though at the bottom, the fundamentalist preachers are also saying that all of the troubles and afflictions prophesied to happen to Israel are to happen in the future of the Jews. Yet, as we have seen, most of these prophecies have already occurred to the righteous people. So I was trying to tell you that Jacob's trouble has already happened. Read that again. Who wrote that? Charles A. Wiseman. 126, top of page 126. The doctrine of universal salvation is obviously not a biblical doctrine, since there is no hope, redemption, or salvation for Esau, Edom, only complete destruction. But the Most High said there's a remnant of Esau that's called by his name. These are the people that are going to get back 4 times what they've taken and cry out to him daily that he might have mercy on them. They're going to get baptized. Not in churches, though. They're going to come to Israel, bowing at the feet, kissing the feet of Israel. It needs to be understood that it is the plan of God for Edom to gain dominion and to rise to an exalted position in the world. And finally, at one final act, be brought down and destroyed, never to return again. Edom is just such like the rich man in Christ's parable of the rich man and Lazarus. Luke 16:19 and 31 through 31. The yoke and the adversity of the Edomite Jew has been brought upon us, Israel. See how but they always trying to throw themselves in there too, though. This man named Charles A. Wiseman. From what I seen, he looked like a quote unquote white man to me. But just like their private attorney, who is obviously a white woman, quote unquote white, not a right. Well, I can't say she's righteous or not. I'm just gonna say she's obviously not a Israelite, but she always throwing herself in. Like, nah, that's them. That ain't me. I'm righteous. I'm on y'all side. Matter of fact, I'm one of y'all. The yoke and the adversary of the Edomite Jew has been brought upon us, Israel, due to our own actions of transgressions against God. Likewise, when Solomon had severely violated God's covenant and statutes, God had raised up an adversary to Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. Kings 11:6-14. The forms of remedy or deliverance from this state is outlined in Deuteronomy 30:1-4, 2 Chronicles 7:14, and Jeremiah 3:12-13. God is not the only author of the script that is being followed in the earth, but his director and producer, and in fact owns the stage and all characters and props on it. As the psalmist says, the earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. Psalms 24:1. Yes, all the world is much like a stage, and the stage is now being set for Esau's destruction and Jacob's deliverance. It is so written. I might read the rest of this on the next video at the end if the Most High say the same, but I'm gonna end it there because time has been far spent. So if anybody want me to continue, remember this. If you would come back to the next video, remind me to continue in the epilogue, chapter 9, character and roles and identities, page 127. So all praises to the Most High for allowing me to bring out that truth. You have the discernment, you have the knowledge now to know when they mix themselves in our truth. But just know that you are Jacob, Israel. I didn't catch that, Peter J. What do you mean by sin? I didn't catch that. What was you saying when you said sin? Are you still there? He said, I like also, brother, the book Esau, Edom, Rome, The Hidden Identity of the Man of Sin by Dr. Benya Yashara. You get a chance, brother Peter, I will see if I can check into that. All praises to the Most High. All much respect and shalom to his real people. Those who are faithful. Those who actually love him. All shalom is respect to you. All those who are real Israelites, and even Esau, who want to be called by the Most High's name, who willing to give back 4 times what they've taken and their forefathers have taken, and repent and come unto Israel and be baptized, and seek our God daily, that he might have. I ain't promising you nothing, but even to have the might of being called by his name, you got to do what he said first. Give back 4 times what you've taken in your ancestors did, to be considered. Then he might have mercy on you. I ain't saying he will. He might. After all, he does says there's a remnant of Esau called by his name in other nations to be servants and handmaids. So until next time, I don't know whether I might come back tomorrow if the Most High say the same, or I might wait a day to let people process what a lot has been said in this video. So I might not come back so soon. I might take a couple of days. The Most High say the same unless he just want me to come right back and do it. The Most High don't make natural noises through people opening doors and stuff. So that's man trying to force me to do so. I'm not moved by man's actions. If my spirit, the Most High spirit in me tells me to come tomorrow, I will. But other than that, I might take a day or two to let this germinate in people's minds, because there's a lot of information in this video that people need to see. Because if I create another one, they ain't gonna watch this video. they're gonna go straight to the next one. So I'm gonna let the Spirit of the Most High guide my steps. So until next time, I already told you what it is. I'm gonna do the Most High's will, so man don't have to try to pressure me to do what they want me to do, because I ain't gonna do what man want me to do. So until next time, shalom to those who are real, those real niggas. To the rest of you, I ain't gonna say. Shalom.